honorable members and the team. Let me indicate that I am double parking. I am one. We're excused to give an apology in person for today. If you allow me, Chair.
Sorry, Mamutlape, I didn't hear you.
I am saying I am just here to render my apology in person. I am with the Section 194 Committee on the Public Protector. And according to the arrangement, we have been excused for attending our substantive committee as we are serving on the Section 194. It's honest. So I was just here to give an apology in person.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. As you hear what Mamu Mahle is saying, members, can we have another nomination for the acting chair? Mamu Mahlo is not available. Mamu Trape is not available.
Is Honorable Chair on the platform?
Yes, she is on the platform. That's up.
May I be allowed to nominate her as the acting chair for today's meeting?
Thank you, Tatu Kapa. Any seconder?
I, Mahlo Patricia, second the name of Chwete to share the meeting.
Thank you so much, Mamu Mahlo. Mamu Chwete? Mamu Chwete, can you hear me?
Yes, Albertina, I can hear you.
Yes, Mama. So you have been elected as an acting chair for the day. Can you please take the platform, please? Thanks.
Thank you so much to the Secretariat, Mam Kakas. Let me firstly apologize to the meeting for the fact that I won't be able to use my video. I just had load shedding and I tried to put it on when I was trying to log in and it keeps on giving me problems in terms of connectivity. So I humbly apologize for that. The second one, Mamukakas, I tried to check on my email, the agenda. We received the presentations, but I don't have the sequence of them. Ukoti, how are we going to, which one is starting and so I'm going through, but let me welcome everybody, the Minister, Mamutoko Titiza, the Deputy Ministers. I saw Umamukapa is here. Let me welcome them both if they are here both, and also the officials of the department, the DG. You are all welcomed. It's September, Mamutitis is the Heritage Month. As this committee, it means a lot that it's a Heritage Month. We need to celebrate it. I really hope that we will be able to align our core business with celebrating this month in terms of land tenure rights and labor tenants issues that are still outstanding. Hopefully we'll push them. In those few words, you are all welcomed to the committee. Can we have the first presentation which is, I'm trying to check which presentation is starting first. Albertina, maybe can you help me on this one?
Okay,
As I've
Chair.
already indicated that I don't have agenda with me. I don't know. I'm going through my emails still. I don't see it.
Okay, Chair.
Can you please help me?
Let me first table apologies, Chair. We've got apology
Yes.
from our Chair, Mutat Mandela, and we've also got the apology from Umamu Briet. Umamu Briet, she's traveling, but you will try and join the meeting later. We've also apology from Utatu Kapo. Utatu Kapo will also leave. He requested to be excused from the meeting at 11 o'clock. And Utatu Kabekul is attending on personal issues. Utatu Masipa is also requesting to be excused at around about 11 to attend to constituency matters. And UDG is also not available for this meeting, Chair. Is attending a standing committee on appropriations. Minister and UDM Kapa, they also requested to be excused, Chair, around 10 to attend to cabinet committee. That's that's the apologies that I received, Chair. With regard to the agenda for today, Chair, we are having quarterly briefings on the 2021-2022 fourth quarter and 2022-2023 first quarter performance and expenditure report from ARC, OPP, and ITB. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mamu Kakas.
Through you, Chair, can I tender the apology of Deputy Minister Skwacha? He is abroad on a work mission, so he won't be with us in this meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamu Ditis. Thank you so much. On the agenda, Mamu Kakaza, is there a sequence of the presentation? Or I can just take any bit, is the ARC, ITB, or?
According to the program, Chair, the first one is ARC, followed by OPP and ITB. Thanks, Chair.
All right then. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mamu Kakas. Let me first give an opportunity to the minister before you are excused, Minister. Is there, maybe you can have a word or two?
Chair, a point of order.
Yes, Mama.
Chair, I was wondering, a lot of people seem to be leaving at 11. Will that affect our quorum? If the Secretariat can just tell us, please. Meaning that we must also stop the meeting at 11. That's a question. Thank you.
If Mamu Baba, kaloku i-quorum mpangomo yenziwa by the fact that you've logged into the meeting, and there are also apologies. If initially when the meeting started you were part of the meeting and you made a quorum, then the meeting is correct. If you happen to leave after, that does not mean the meeting did not correct. So if members are leaving at about 11 or 12, the meeting already corrected because the meeting is starting at 9. And at 9 o'clock, we met the quorum. I don't know whether I am assisting you with your question, but that is the answer.
Thank you, Chair, but I would rather have heard it from the Secretariat. Not that I doubt your answer, but they are the ones who are responsible for corrections.
Yes, Chair, I think you are correct, Chair. We do correct, and also Mamu Babama, Mamu Great is going to also join us in the process.
Thank you very much.
Do you want your question, Mamumba Baba, to be put on record?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We learn every day, Chair.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Honorable Baba. The Minister, Honorable Minister, is there, maybe you have a word or two to share before you leave?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson of the meeting, honorable members, senior officials present, and board members of the various entities and their management. Chairperson, I would like indeed to thank you for giving the entities an opportunity to present their first quarter and the last quarter 2021 reports. And you will appreciate that particularly on the two, which is ARC and OBP, the issue of the foot and mouth vaccine will feature. And there has been issues of strengthening our facilities to be able to ramp up production of FMD vaccine rather. We also will appreciate in their presentation, Chair, that there are still challenging matters, particularly on the GMP facilities that are still being dealt with by the OBP in particular. Again, on the issues of the Ingonyama Transport, I think there's the issues which has always been matters that the committee has been grappling on about, you know, where do we locate the accountability when it comes on the trust matters. I'm not sure whether the members of the board and management of the trust will be able to take us through, and also what is the impact of the latest judgment in terms of the performance of the board, whether that will have any impact or not. But you will appreciate, Chair, that one of the anomalies that we've had thus far with respect to the Ingonyama Transport is that in finalizing the board, we had been impacted upon by the issues that have been happening in the Royal House, particularly as it relates to the trustee, given that part of the consultations in the appointment of the board will have to include the trustee as well as the chair and the House of traditional leaders in the province and the premier. And with the changes that have happened, it has affected us in some way. So I just thought it's important just to flag those issues in the context of what the presentation from the various entities will be. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mamuti Diza, for the info. We will bear that in mind moving forward. Now, let's have a presentation. The fourth quarter and the first quarter of 2021, 2020-2021, and the first quarter of 2022-23 of ARC.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Joanne Isaacs. I'm the chair of the ARC, and I would just like to add a couple of highlights before we start the presentation, if you allow me, please.
You may continue, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I would like to say good morning to the Chair and the Portfolio Committee members, Minister, the Deputy Minister, the department colleagues, as well as colleagues from other entities. Just a couple of highlights from the 2 quarters that's under review. I think by now everybody knows we have a new CEO, but we also have a new CFO. The targets that we have achieved has been the highest to date for the last 3-4 years. The institutional review was completed and the council accepted the recommendations, and the CEO can expand on the implementation. Our audit outcomes was negative again, and this was very disappointing, and we are giving it very serious attention. Our external outcome remains under pressure, but it has been better than last year. The FMD project, we have appointed the service providers at the highest level, and they have been appointed, so the CEO can provide more details. I believe that the stakeholder relations are improving and our stakeholder management remains key going forward. I would also just like to introduce the Vice Chair of Council that has joined us in the meeting, and he is also the FMD Task Team Chair for Council so that we can give it the required attention. Thank you very much, Chair, and over to you.
Chairperson, is there someone who's gonna present to us from the ARC?
Yes, Chairperson. We would like to request our presentation to be flighted on the screen, Chair. I don't know if the host has disabled sharing by participants.
Disamam Kakas to share the presentation.
He's the co-host now, Chair.
Okay, then you may proceed to CEO.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Vegotin, you can try again. Honorable Chair, honorable members, Honorable Minister Didiza, Deputy Minister Kapa, senior leadership of the department, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, greetings this morning. And thank you very much, Council Chairperson. With me today, I have, as the Chairperson introduced, Mr. Abdul Karim, who joined us as a new CFO last month, accepting the challenge to assist us to really improve the ARC and take it to the next level, reposition it as an efficient institution. I also have Dr. Hilton Vegotin, who is our GM for risk and planning. And if host, you can please give him the sharing rights for the screen so that he can place the presentation on screen. The other members of the ARC executive on the line include Dr. Mutiti, who is our group executive for crop sciences, Dr. Magadlela for animal sciences, Dr. Stibe for ICT and infrastructure, Ms. Muturi, who is our HR executive. Chairperson, we have been asked to talk about non-financial and financial performance for the fourth quarter of 2021 and 2022, as well as the first quarter of 2022 and 2023. Can we please have the presentation on the screen, Dr. Vegotin?
CEO, I'm still battling. I don't have rights to share.
Ma'am Kakaza, can you assist us?
Yes, I'm trying to assist you, CEO.
Thank you, ma'am. Apologies about that, Chairperson. Let's just sort that out quickly.
Okay.
While the presentation is coming on the screen, Chairperson, I just want to maybe make a few remarks in preparation for our presentation. If you go to the second slide and you can put it on, use slideshow mode. This is the presenter's mode, Dr. Vegotin. Okay, so Chairperson and honorable members, first of all, I would like to first of all, I would like to say
Recording
that
in progress.
the Q4 and Q1, as I think the chairperson has also alluded, represent a transition period for certainly from a leadership perspective. And we will be talking about some of the performance over that period. And we will be sharing the progress in terms of the audit environment and where we are currently. And we will also share with the committee the status of our work in terms of the construction of the FMD vaccine facility. If you go to slide 4, I just want to say to the members, if you look at what we have here on the left, this is what we do as a Science Council: innovation, research, applied research, generation of intellectual assets through our capacity from highly skilled scientists, engineers, producing publications, etc. But all those items that are on the left, all those elements that are on the left, have to produce the outputs or the outcomes that you see on the right. So from an audit perspective, we get audited on what is on the left because these are measurable outputs. But it is important that the outputs that you're looking at on the left lead to the outcomes that we have on the right. You can flip HP to the next slide. So when we look at and the next slide, look at our Q4 performance, we have certainly been able to improve from the previous year. There is notable improvement in terms of the targets that are achieved, that are measurable. We've also analyzed performance to consider the reasons and issues related to challenges achieving some of those targets, as Dr. Vergotin will quickly step in now. We went beyond that to also look at, looking at the previous 5 years or so, as the chairperson alluded. And when we look at the trends over the last 5 years, it actually showed that the R&D divisions actually achieved the second highest performance over the past 5 years when you look at closing the year, reaching about 77% of the targets for the year. So we'll go to the actual non-financial performance shortly. Dr. Vergotin will take over from this slide. But also, Chairperson, straddling these two past quarters is the institutional review, which the Chairperson mentioned and said I will say a little bit more about it. This is a legislated process that is conducted once every 5 years by science councils. We have just completed the institutional review and is now being prepared for submission through the governance process, including the minister. The council has already done its work on it, and management has prepared a implementation plan of the recommendations flowing from this. What the institutional review process did was to consider, I would say at a high level, Chair, whether the ARC is still achieving its mandate. And I would say in summary, what the institutional review findings say is that yes, but there's definitely room for improvement, and those areas have been identified. There are some 18 recommendations flowing from that, covering several themes, including mandate, governance, and the science part of it. What we will also be talking about is, Chairperson, on the audit side, we've also just completed the audit, even though it falls outside the first quarter. It was completed, as members would be aware. It's completed at the end of July. which was a negative outcome for the ARC because it's qualified. And the key areas for qualification relate to fixed assets of the ARC, the management of the ARC, property portfolio has been challenging over the years for the ARC. There have also been other areas like which I would consider perhaps less complex, like the calculations relating to provisions for legal costs and other things. And I think the last one relates to transactions that were incorrectly classified as irregular expenditure, which were not. So those are the key areas that led to a qualification for the ARC. Management has already put together an audit improvement plan. In fact, and I think the CFO will touch on that, we are going to the Audit and Risk Committee in 2 days with that audit improvement plan, and then it will be going to Council for final approval shortly afterwards. Other issues over this period that I can mention as challenging is, of course, I think the ARC perhaps has communicated in the past about the constrained resource environment. I think we can share that over the MTF period that ended in 2018, there was a series of reductions in allocations for the ARC. I think it's estimated at about 240 million or 245 million thereabout. And over the period of time, over the last few years, that created constraints for the ARC in terms of a number of programs, working with partners, purchasing of highly specialized equipment, maintenance of infrastructure, and recruitment of very critical skills within the organization. In fact, you will see that when we come to the finances, what will be called savings is actually not savings, is actually delayed spending, particularly on the side of critical skills, because what you find sometimes is now some of those critical skills will be recruited and they will go through the process with the ARC. When it comes to extending the offer is then declined because it doesn't quite meet what we should be looking at from a market perspective, to the extent that our council has asked us to pilot putting the salary scales on our adverts as well, so that those who raise their hands to come to the ARC have a pretty good idea of what we are likely to be paying, because we are kind of constrained in terms of our resources. Another area that is then closely linked to this, which the CFO will touch on, is that because you can't get those skills, then your revenue, external revenue generation is also constrained. And we have seen that now when you combine that with the reduced allocations and being unable to then raise your external revenue efforts, knowing that research is a long-term undertaking that requires sustained long-term investments. This takes away the ability to produce some critical knowledge products that are going to support the sector. Of course, there are other areas that we have identified from an efficiency perspective that we are working on, particularly in our SCM area. And here we already have a turnaround plan that is in place, and that has also gone all the way to council, that we are busy with its implementation. The other area Chairperson is, which I've already started talking about, is the management of our infrastructure, which has also influenced the negative audit opinion. But we have now produced a property management strategy that seeks to innovate around how we manage our properties and identify those that perhaps it's not really viable to hold on to, and where we can still find partners, including industry partners, provincial departments, in managing these properties and using them for the benefit of the sector. Those are the ones that we are prioritizing at the moment, so that we can run an efficient operation that benefits the sector across the country. Chairperson, at this point, I'm going to just ask my colleague, Dr. Vergotin, to go into the actual performance information, and the CFO will come in immediately after that to talk about the finances over the last 2 quarters. And then I will come in at the end to just share a little bit about the FMD before we hand back to you, Chairperson. Dr. Vergotin.
Thank you, CEO, and also to the Chairperson for the introductory part. Just morning to all Portfolio Committee members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and also members of Council and Management, as well as from the other entities as well. Chair, what I will be presenting is just very high level in terms of ARC's performance, being the request that we needed to report on our Q4 21-22 financial year. So overall, ARC has about 73 reportable performance information output and indicators. But for Q4, we had only reported on at least 51, as there were some output areas that had not targets set for the quarter, meaning that there would have been already achievements in prior quarters. So what we have firstly is indicating specifically on Q4, just indicating our performance for that quarter, showing a performance or an achievement of 65% of targets being met, and then also targets not being met, we're looking at about 35%. If one does a comparative to that, one can see the previous financial year, you had about 58%, with targets not being met 42, and then also the period just before COVID, we were standing at about 83% targets being met, and then 17% not being met. What we've also done at the table at the bottom is just very specifically going into the 5 outcome areas, and then also doing a comparative in terms of how it has the performance have been across the respective quarters, and then also highlighting the areas where performance have not been achieved within those outcome areas. Next is just a bar graph showing the performance over the quarters. Blue indicating where the targets, what the target has been, the green indicating where the targets have met, and then the red indicating where targets have not been met. What we've also added in was just very high level in terms of reasons for variance as well as corrective measures at that time. And noteworthy areas is one, for example, looking at the cultivars registration. It is a process that's done by the department. So we normally, once the research is completed, we then submit the application to the department, and then we await in terms of the issuing of the plant breeders' rights. Next, we've had an area that specifically refers to the issuing of blood vaccine to OBP. And so what we do is we provide the blood vaccine for various animal diseases for the vaccines, the blood vaccine that we offer. We only as ARC recognize at a point in time where OBP has actually done a quality assessment, and therefore this number ended up for the quarter being very low, being that there's still a process that's taking place at OBP in terms of finalizing the quality assessment of the blood vaccines. Next, we look at the first quarter of the current financial year. Again, also achievements, targets being met. We're looking at about 24. Targets not being met, standing at about 13, bringing us to a total of at least 65%. We've also then provided some comparative in terms of previous financial years, in terms of where we were standing at that moment in time. Again, also the bottom table also provides what the targets have been across the outcome and what the achievements have been thus far. Again, we provide a second analysis, again, just a bar graph in terms of where we are standing for quarter one, and then also specifically looking at what we refer to as expanded reasons for variance. And again, the issue of the cultivars in terms of awaiting the plant breeder's right being assigned. Also the issue of the animal improvement scheme. I think there has been a reduction in that numbers based on the FMD status and the imposed restrictions in terms of movement of animals. And then again, also we indicate again the blood vaccine doses in terms of what we have produced the OBP, awaiting for the final quality assessment reports to be done to be able to recognize that. One would also notice that in our performance areas, there are instances where we have exceeded quarter targets as well as annual targets. And we also do realize in terms of the service provision that we provide, that it is also at instances where if there's a disease outbreak, there is a higher demand for ARC services, and it's not something that we can particularly predict. Similar to publications also is that there's third parties that actually approve the publication of articles, and so if that increases, it also then causes certain targets to actually be exceeded from what we had originally set to be targets for a particular quarter or for the year. CEO, that's from the performance information. I think we'll need to just go over to the financial results, which also covers quarter four as well as quarter one period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. CFO, please come through.
Just a reminder, CEO.
Yes, yes.
That the entity is allocated 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. CFO, please be mindful of the time.
Good morning. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair. Like my previous colleagues, I'd just like to say thank you to the Portfolio Committee and the departmental officials for giving us the opportunity to present our results for the fourth quarter of 2022. I will just go through the first 3 or 4 slides, which highlight the salient points. There's a whole lot of slides after that on bar graphs, giving further explanations on the cost elements and the income generation variances. Please also be aware that the presentation was set up prior to the finalization of the annual financial statements. So these are the unaudited numbers. The CEO did mention that the audit was completed towards the end of July. But in terms of indicators on the favorable and unfavorable indicators, there was no movement. Just the actual numbers will vary slightly from what is presented on this slide here. So for the fourth quarter, the ARC showed a surplus of 65.5 million. This is as a result of more on, as the CEO mentioned, on delayed spending. So they were saving on personnel costs and operating costs to the tune of about 110 million. The cash position of the ARC showed a positive 800 million, and once again was a result of the fact that the FMD facility build has been delayed. Of that amount, almost 500 million relates to the parliamentary grant specifically for the FMD facility. On the cash flow side, as a result of the above two, we resulted in a net cash position of 331 million positive for the year, and the ARC was solvent to the tune of almost 7 million. The issue, as also raised by the CEO early on, was the the fact that the ARC did not meet its target on external income. That means that it is eating into the parliamentary grant, and we're trying to ensure that we keep our HR costs as a percentage of parliamentary grant to 60%. That was not achieved. And that can only be achieved once we can accelerate on our external income. Other income was also below budget. There is an issue between the ARC and the department on an all outstanding debt, and that is being attended to by the CEO together with the DG of the department. If we can go to the next slide, we've got the table of the balance sheet, of the income statement, sorry. So this shows that in terms of the parliamentary grant, we slightly exceeded the income for the year at 1,029 million. But obviously the external income, which is the second set of numbers just below the parliamentary grant at 267 million as opposed to 435, is of grave concern. And they basically indicators on all the different forms of income are lower than budget. Other income that relates to rentals and other income outside of the core business of the ARC stood at 86 million. And expenses, as mentioned earlier, because we were able to keep a tight lid on some of the operating expenses, we did a saving of 75 odd million there. And the personnel costs obviously is primarily as a result of critical vacancies not being filled. The final audited number for the surplus was in excess of the 65 million. It exceeded 100 million, but this was only once the audits were completed, all the adjusting journals went through. The next slide looks at the same indicators for the first quarter of 2023. Again, the ARC is showing a surplus of 11.8 million. But again, the biggest problem is the fact that external income for the first quarter is even worse off than last year. We hope to claw back on some of this in the next 3 quarters going forward, but we are sitting at 64% below the budget for the current year, at 33 million. As a result, again, of the fact that the FMD facility is delayed, meant that although we've got R1 billion in the bank, 480 million of that is as a result of the FMD facility. The CEO will talk on that in a minute or two, but all the tenders have been awarded for the professional consultants, the architects, the engineers, and we should be hopefully breaking ground on the site in the next quarter. So that will start the acceleration of the spend. Once the design is set in stone, so to speak, then it'll start accelerating, and it's expected that the facility build shouldn't take more than 18 months. So that will ensure that the ring fence money will start getting spent, and we should have the FMD facility up and running within the time frame set by council at our recent council meetings. If you go to the next slide, Hilton. So these slides just show the revenue and expenditure, actual versus budget. Obviously, the biggest one being the parliamentary grant, and then obviously the external income and the other income. So there's just a graphical representation of what was in the tables. And then the following slides are just for further expansion for the portfolio committee members to see. Because of the time constraints, we will just flip through these slides quickly. These are our top 6 expenditure items. If you go back one, personnel cost being the biggest, and that should be the case in a research institution, obviously. The issue around the last 3, the security services, the fleet management, and the maintenance, talks to the issues that the CEO raised around our audit findings. So we are spending a lot more effort on that to ensure that our PPE, audit findings are all cleared up comes March 2023 for the next financial year end. And then we've got indicators for the working capital as well. There's the balance sheet, and then we've got the debtors and the creditors as well in terms of aging. The following 2 or 3 slides after this. If there are no, these are our debtors. We make note of the fact that there is an issue between Delred and ourselves, which we are in the process of resolving. In terms of our creditors, we ensure that we pay within 30 days per the PFMA. So members will see that there aren't any big amounts owing post 30 days. We make sure that all suppliers, but we obviously pay special attention to the BEE suppliers, and we try and meet the commitment of paying our suppliers within 30 days. And that's reflected in the graph. There is an amount of 101 million rand sitting on our balance sheet for income received in advance. This relates to our contracts with partners to do specific research contracts. And this is just a breakdown and you as to which campus and in which areas the prepayments are. And you see the highest one is in animal production, the facility out in Irene. And then all the others follow, but the bulk of it, 40%, relates to prepayments for contracts at AP. I think that's a wrap of the financials, CEO. There is just and then the audit outcomes, as the CEO had mentioned, there were 3 issues: the property, plant, and equipment, the irregular expenditure. There was an issue around our contingent liability disclosure. And we're paying attention to that one as well. But the 2 big ones that resulted in the bulk of the findings from the AG were around our asset base and the disclosure and recording of irregular expenditure. Thank you, CEO, and hand over back to you.
Thank you, CFO. And Chair, I'm not going to go through these slides individually, just to mention that since the last time the portfolio committee was with us, we talked about the FMD and what we were planning at the time. We are pleased that this project has been now resuscitated. We have all our high-level technical service providers on board, even those that delayed us because some are headquartered outside the country. We had technical issues in negotiating the contracts with them, but we resolved those. And we were really focused on making sure that we don't compromise the ARC and the country in terms of this facility. Knowing the critical importance of it. So we are very much on track. We have been told that the part of the project that we are in now, that is about the development of the processes, engineering around those, and these are the ones that are going to make sure that when it comes to the construction phase, that's going to be the easiest part of the project. So we are very pleased that we have progressed significantly with this, and we continue to report, of course, on a regular basis. I think the chair, when she introduced the deputy chair, also indicated that he chairs the task team that was appointed by council, which feeds regularly to council on progress on this project. So it's receiving attention and it's progressing well. But we also have an interim arrangement that we are working on in order to make sure that the ARC is able to use its vaccine to the existing vaccine and the existing capacity to close the gap in the interim. And we are now in the process of procuring some of the materials that are required for us to be able to make that available. Thank you very much, Chair. I will pause here and hand back to you.
Thank you, CEO, for the presentation. Honorable members, here's the presentation was tabled before us. Now I will allow a round of comments or clarity-seeking questions on the entity, so that we can quickly proceed to the next one. Any? I see the hand of Honorable Mahlo. Let me wait a bit, Mamu Mahlo, and see how many other hands we can get. I see the hand of Honorable Marshall, Honorable Chapa, in fact, Honorable Marshall, Honorable Noko, Masipa, and Honorable Chapa. Then follows Umamumbaba. In that order, Honorable Marshall.
Thank you, Acting Chairperson. And good morning to all members on the platform, including the officials of the department and our entities. Chair, my question to ARC is all about selling some of the dilapidated buildings, and so as a property management consultant, what will be or how will this impact on positively or negatively on the financial status of the ARC, including its assets, based on how does this translate to building a capable and developmental state, wherein the state and its entities are placed at the center of the development of job creation. That is point number one, question number one, which I need clarity on it. The second one on ARC, it will be all about the 16.1 million, which was committed to capital expenditure, CapEx, and about 3.2 million was spent to date. What are the reasons that led to the underspending of on CapEx, given the fact that the capital expenditure can lead positively to the creation of jobs and opportunities and the maintenance of existing jobs? The other question that I have for them is all about was the process of appointing service providers subjected to the competitive bid processes? Because I think people out there would like to know about the processes of appointing service providers, as irregularities often occur in relation to that. The last one, Chair. Yes, that will be the last one from now on the ARC, which I need to be assisted with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Marshall. Honorable Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I just want to address maybe the start of the meeting, which was a bit of a concern for me. The absence of chair and obviously the organization in this regard is a great concern for me. That it did not happen the first time. It's not happening the first time, it's happening the second time. And I think going forward, acting chair, we need to get this in order. This is a live broadcast, and obviously this is a multi-party committee. It is obviously, us that are reflected in terms of this that has just happened, that the chair is not here and the deputy is not able to deputize. And at the end of the day, we were running to get a quorum that is not really correcting. Chair, I think this is a matter that us as a committee, we definitely need to address as a matter of urgency, so that our people can also take us serious. On ARC matters, I welcome the presentation. The blood vaccines, thank you very much for this update, because there has been really concerns raised about the blood vaccines in terms of the unavailability. And obviously, when they are available is past the season from OBP side. And OBP will always, tell us that no, the vaccines are there, but they are there, after, much complaints and much issues. They're going to present just now. But I just want to hear what is the because there's this issues that the blood vaccines are at OBP, you know, for what certification or whatever. I cannot get the correct naming quickly. But what is the feedback coming from OBP in terms of this delay around the vaccines from OBP? The second one, I just want to really say we welcome the facility, the FMD facilities progress. I just want to hear what is the timelines in terms of you know, when the facility is going to be finished. Initially, we had most timelines that it was going to be completed in 2025. I think that's the dates I remember. Can we get an indication, or can the ARC just give us or send us a timeline? Maybe the last one is regarding the sustainability of ARC, because the concerns of finance is constantly being raised, and obviously the incomes from outside has been again raised as an issue that we are not able to raise enough funding from outside. I think it is important that ARC really take us into confidence in terms of what are the things that they are doing to make sure that they address this, because the fiscus is not enough. It's not going to be able to continue, you know, funding the ARC. And obviously, you know, the personnel cost, they have also indicated that the personnel cost is too high and people are not willing to take lower jobs. I mean, they are not willing to take the jobs at those set prices of ARC. So I just want to know, what is the plan in this regard in terms of really ensuring that they address this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Noko. Your concern about the committee and the starting time is noted. We will discuss that one further. The next speaker was Honorable Kapa. Babu Kapa.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Let me also join my colleagues in appreciating and welcoming the presentation from the NDT. I only have three questions which are adding on top of my appreciation. One question is on the fixed assets being a problem or a concern that is affecting the report for qualification. I would just like to understand what actually is the essence of the problem in the fixed asset. It's just a clarity, because definitely it's known. Secondly, there was a mention of critical skills being also a concern. I would also like a clarity here how far ARC can be producing these critical skills more than recruiting them, because to me, being a research institution, it means there is some capability of creating these skills. But if there are some limitations there also, maybe we should get it clear. And lastly, there is one area where I remember in our previous meetings, there was a situation where the feedlot program was being moved from marketing to ARC. I haven't heard anything about this, because to me it's supposed to be indicated somewhere as part of performance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mthembu. Mamumba.
Nkosi, Chairperson. Chair, I'm not going to repeat what my colleague Ntate Masipa has spoken about. I agree with his sentiments, so I will not be repeating them. However, what I'd like to say is that I feel, despite the problems that the ARC has, which are problems that have been coming on for quite a long time, I think we should give the new management time. And Tate Maginga has spoken about a turnaround strategy. And he is somebody that I have confidence in. I am absolutely sure that he is the right person to be heading up the ship, and I think he will be very instrumental in the turnaround. They also have a CFO now, dedicated CFO. So yes, there are problems, and quite big problems for that matter. But I feel that with the management that is in place now, you know, we will be looking at reports coming in, and I am hoping that they will not disappoint my confidence in them. That will be all from me, Chair. Thank you. Oh, just one last question, Chair. Sorry, there's a question that I wanted to ask. In terms of the income, external income, could they just advise me on what are the components of the external income and what is the difficulty in collecting it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mamum Baba. Honorable Mutwet, you are the next one.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Just a quick one on the ARC. Is the last time we had a meeting with the department where the presenter DDG Mukotule Khobokwe made mention of the fact that the animal improvement scheme program of the department has failed because of lack or no support from the ARC. Now, I wanted to check what is the ARC's take on that, since they are bringing this progress report in terms of the first quarter for 2020. I just want to check from ARC, what is the position with regard to that program that they were actually implementing as an implementing agent of the department? Why has the project failed? Why have they not reflected on that in this quarterly performance that they're giving to us, for us as a portfolio committee to actually know that these are the challenges that they were actually confronted with as an entity? Because we can't afford a situation where the government fails to deliver services to people and we just keep quiet. So ARC, is there anything that they would want to give to the public around the failure of this very important program of animal improvement? Thank you very much, Chairperson. That is the only thing that I want to raise. Thanks. I don't want to repeat other things that are said by honorable members. I think they captured well issues that I would actually want to be making contributions on. Acting chairperson, acting, yeah. Thanks.
Controversy will not be entertained by Honorable Mutwet. Thank you very much, honorable members. Indeed, let's applaud where it's when the entity is doing right. And a warm welcome to the new CFO appointed by the entity. I will not repeat what, let me skip the question of sustainability raised by Honorable Noko and go straight to my few questions. In fact, let me note the underspending of about 105.5 million by the NDT, which is, I believe, is the contributing factors are the fact that they could not achieve some of their targets. But my first question, the ARC has reported that there are 6 entities that are the biggest debtors. But I want to take one, which is the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The department is owing ARC 21.1 million. This question, CEO, I would like to know, is there a plan by the department, or is there a plan in place to recover these monies owed to ARC? And what are the timeframes of that? I'm raising this share because these honorable members as the committee, we know that the department is the biggest culprit of owing ARC, and yet they expect the entity to do some miracles in terms of their core functions. My second question is on the issue of there in the first quarter, there is an amount of 747 million. These are the funds ring-fenced to allocated through a parliamentary grant.
Okay.
And there, 484 million was for EFMD facility. My question now, can the entity take the portfolio committee through, or can they give a full account on other ring-fenced projects? What are they for, and for what purpose? And what are the progress therefore? Because there's a difference of over 200 and more than 200 million. Can we be taken through? What are other projects and things for that? The entity has made several commitments to operationalize its turnaround strategy for the commercialization of the entity. The report provides for both first quarter of 2021-2022 and the first quarter of 2022 and 2023, but it's silent on this aspect of a commercialization strategy and a turnaround strategy. Maybe the entity can they provide a detailed progress report on this regard? My third question to the committee, to the entity. I've taken note of this. Let me go to my last question on them. Is on yeah, let me yes, honorable members already covered these ones. There are only two questions. Thank you. Over to you, CFO.
Chairperson.
Oh, sorry, CFO. I did not notice your hand, Honorable Tebulel. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, and good morning to yourself and all members of the portfolio committee, including department. Sincere apologies to come after you, Acting Chair. It's not a norm. We should have. I was raising my hand, but it was getting on and off on the system.
No,
I think it's due to
no offense at all. No problem.
Thank you very much, Chair. First and foremost, I want to really welcome the presentation as presented, but raise concerns, notwithstanding the fact that we all know the challenges that have been faced by the ARC. I'm not too concerned about the fourth quarter, precisely because of challenges that ARC has been facing. But one would have expected that in the first quarter, there would have been some significant progress made in as far as the outcome of that particular quarter is concerned. And when you look at the targets that have not been reached or achieved, similarly, the reasons or the variance are still the same as the ones in the fourth quarter. Now, my question is, given the fact that the general expectation would have been that at this point, ARC would have progressed better, what are the bottlenecks in relation to them achieving their targets? Two, when we were at ARC, most of course, it was, I can't remember the time, was it March, April there, when we visited them, they did indicate number of challenges, but there were strategies that they were employing at that time to make sure that there is some sort of turnaround arrangement in that particular entity. Has they been able to apply those strategies to make sure that as we move towards the second and the third quarter, the picture is different? There were issues relating to litigations in the ARC. Have they been able to deal with those issues of litigation? What is the progress on those issues that were raised then in as far as litigation is concerned? My third question is around policies. When we were at ARC did indicate that part of their challenges in meeting their targets is the relations to policies that need to be reviewed. Has it taken place? And how far is the process? And which specific policies are they working on? And what is the progress thus far? My fourth question is around targets themselves. Have been put here by ARC as an entity itself, noting their previous challenges in the last financial year. Now I'm referring to the first quarter's Chair. Why are they unable to meet the target that they have set out themselves? And how will they be able to, I don't know what's the word in English, but to catch up, in the following quarters? Is there a particular strategy that they're going to put in place? And what are the financial implications of that particular strategy? I'm really, I'm happy with the fact that Honorable Mbabama is very enthusiastic about the new CEO, and I'm hoping that the CEO will not disappoint ourselves, and specifically Honorable Mbabama, given her jubilant view around the appointment of the CEO. But CEO, we would really want to see progress in ARC, precisely because when we were there, we were highly disappointed. But we have agreed in principle as a committee that we will give the necessary support to this particular entity so that it runs as expected. But as we give that particular support, we ought to see results. That is what is critical to ourselves, because in the previous committee, we've seen the department had not performed well. And obviously, it would impact negatively also on its entities. But we're hoping that they will do better. But in so doing, there must be some sort of confidence given to us practically to say, here are the bottlenecks, this is where we are, and this is where we intend to go. And this is how we are maneuvering towards that particular journey. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatse. Here are the questions from the honorable members to the ARC. Let me give over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. So what we are working with is a performance plan that members would understand would have been developed at a particular point in time. And this process is usually completed before the end of the previous financial year. And that's what constitutes the annual performance plan, and that's where you begin to set targets in terms of where you want to go in the following year. We don't think in our assessment that the ARC has performed poorly in the first quarter. And in terms of where challenges would have been picked up, we have done thorough analysis in terms of what those areas are and what the challenges would have been in terms of achieving targets. What we've also noticed is that perhaps we have room to revisit our entire targeting environment, in the sense that usually the first quarter of the year is generally not the busiest quarter of the year. So there has to be some differentiation in terms of how you position the organization for performance in the first quarter of the year. Usually things start picking up later in the year when other activities, if you're talking about the cropping cycle of the country, when other things start coming up, like trials and etc. During the season, because at the beginning of the first quarter, you are actually towards wrapping up, particularly when it comes to summer grains and a number of other activities that are part of the targets in the first quarter. So we are looking at introducing more differentiation in terms of what our targets should look like. Also on the spending side, not to split things equally, 25% for each quarter of the year, to demonstrate the different levels of or the seasonality of agriculture itself, which we think we can do a little bit more in terms of improving that. The other issue I would like to spend a little bit of time on is members would appreciate that we have an institution that is the ARC, formed from amalgamation of some very old entities before the ARC became or came into being. And some of these properties with time have become rather unaffordable to maintain in their original condition, unless you have sufficient funding to rebuild some of them. And that's even before we talk about the escalating cost of managing assets like farms, etc., and keeping them in a condition that ensures that the ARC can also be able to to report on them and maintain them in good condition. And that's why we have also this as one of the areas of recurring audit queries, because the property portfolio, which is vast, extremely vast, of the ARC, hasn't been maintained very well. And I think what I mentioned in my earlier remarks around the ARC having lost a significant portion of its allocations in the last few years partly contributed to this. And so that's why we have just approved as the ARC a new property management strategy, where we are looking at really introducing innovation around how we manage these properties. Identify assets that we can share with others, where we can share the cost of maintenance, and hold on to those assets that we have capacity to improve. We have also identified assets that we can use, and I think it was Honorable Mahlo who was talking about how we can use these assets to contribute to development by identifying programs that we can link up with other partners to support emerging farmers and integrate to some programs of the provincial departments. And that's part of what we are looking at in terms of establishing these principles for our property management strategy. And we can see that this is really where we should be going. But where the ARC cannot afford to hold on to some of these properties, we should find suitable partners who are willing to use them for the benefit of the country and the benefit of the agricultural sector. The other point perhaps I should also spend a bit of time on is the issue of skills and external revenue generation is closely linked, Honorable Masipa. And I think Honorable Tapa also talked about how far the ARC can produce these skills internally. The ARC, as members may be aware, does have a program that is targeted exactly at generating these skills internally. But as you can imagine, skills generation is a long-term undertaking. So if you require a particular highly specialized skill tomorrow or in the next 3 months, you are not going to be able to do so. So we have to have this long-term investment in skills development. And you also can't replace a highly rated scientist by making sure that you have another postgraduate or postdoc that's been part of the team instantly. There are a whole lot of other things for external revenue generation that would stand in good stead for a well-established scientist, including the use of those networks that would have been established over many years, but also private sector players that provide funding for maybe targeted research outputs also tend to target certain highly skilled individuals and may have a preference for working with those. And because our external revenue generation funds a lot of these initiatives, we have to be very, very targeted, very deliberate in terms of how we also leverage on those networks. We must also mention, I must also mention that when it's not just the lack of skills and the long-term nature of investment that's required in developing them, we have also picked up a number of inefficiencies in how the ARC procures services and products which is also linked to some of the income generation activities and turning some of those projects, if members would recall, the CFO shared a slide about some income that's been received in advance. How you generate or rather turn that income received in advance into income earned depends very, very much on how you are able to efficiently respond in terms of making sure that you are able to provide that service in terms of our processes in how we get supplies and other things that help us to implement those projects. So these things, the efficiency element is actually one of those that is receiving significant attention from our side. And that's why we have, in terms of supply chain management, have actually developed a specific initiative that aims to assist us to improve those efficiencies. And we have started building a baseline now that we are going to use to measure progress in terms of whether indeed our efforts to turn this area for the better is yielding any dividends for us. Honorable Mahlo also asked about the appointment of the service providers in the FMD facility space that we are working on. Honorable Mahlo, we went beyond just making sure that we follow our own SCM policies in terms of openness, fairness, and equitability. All the contracts, including the process itself, were subjected to a probity audit to verify that indeed everything was done correctly, to make sure that there is nothing that can come back to question these things, because we take this project very seriously as the ARC. And our timeline, Honorable Masipa, that we have been given by the experts remains about 3 years. It says approximately 3 years, we should have a facility that is from earlier this year. So we are progressing, and we are hoping indeed that we should have a facility that will produce sufficient vaccines to meet the demand for the country and beyond the requirements of this country. Because where we have been getting the vaccines in Botswana, the BVI is unable to meet the demand at this stage. And that's why we are saying even the use of the current ARC vaccine will help in that regard as well. And that's why we have started the procurement that I talked about of some of the materials that we need to prepare it for the market. I think I have touched on the fixed assets Honorable Kappa talked about, and how they led to the qualification and the property management strategy. The feedlots program, and I believe Honorable Kappa is referring to the National Red Meat Development Program. We are in the process of having that program handed over to the ARC. The minister has informed us that this is going to happen, and I've had also an engagement with the DG in that regard, but we are waiting for formal processes to then kick in for us to take this over from previously being managed by the NAMC. Honorable Mbabama asked about our sources of this external revenue. There are 3 key ones. First of all is the contract research. The second one is the diagnostic services that we provide across the sector, whether it's for animals, plants, etc. But we also provide a number of other services like soil testing in our soil laboratories. We have knowledge products that we also develop that we make available, and some generate income for us. We do quite a bit of capacity development domestically and internationally, and we host scientists, and because we have reference laboratories, or i.e. accredited reference laboratories, and others where we provide this capacity development platforms for the country and externally. In terms of our property portfolio, there are those that also, while this is not a big part of our income generation, there are those that also through a rental income that give us some income. The other part is, of course, royalty income, which is coming from our plant breeders' rights, cultivars that have been generated across different crops that generate some royalty income. I think, if I am correct, in the last year, this came to just over 20 million or so, subject to a correction. I hope that assists Honorable Mbabam. Honorable Muntwedi, we are going to find out exactly what the feedback from the department was, but our own records actually show that more than 7,000 farmers participated in the Gauna Fadzoya de Homo project as at the end of last year, which was an improvement. And of course, this followed, finalization of contracts, appointment of the people that were supposed to be appointed in good time. And I believe there may have been challenges in moving things along previously, but my assessment would be that we have progressed a little bit in that regard. 7,000, more than 7,000 farmers having participated. We are not really sure what would have been their feedback and maybe what the context would have been at that time. And I would like maybe to just at this point see if any of my colleagues have anything to add. CFO, do you have anything to add?
Nothing, CEO. I think you covered most of the points. Issue around what were the reasons for the fixed assets register qualification. Maybe I can just add 2 lines to that. I'm not too sure who asked the question. I just listed all the questions down. But on the fixed assets register,
it was Honorable Tapa, yes.
Yes. The PPE, the qualifications around PPE centered around ownership of some of the properties, because obviously they weren't registered in the name of the ARC, and they still vest with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which we are trying to resolve. And the second finding on PPE, the major one, was a limitation of scope, where the AG couldn't verify all the assets. And that is where we are using the service of Aquila to complete the fixed assets register and do the recalculations on the impaired valuation. So there's an issue around valuation, verification, and ownership of fixed assets. CEO.
Thank you. Dr. Magazela, can you come in on the blood vaccines briefly?
Yes, thanks, CEO. Good morning, members. The blood vaccines that are marketed by OPP, yes, are produced by the ARC, and it's vaccine for Asiatic red water, African red water, heart water, and cold sickness. Now we have a long-standing arrangement with OPP such that we produce the vaccines. They certify if they are the right quality and all of that. And then once that certification has been completed, then they pay us a certain amount of money that is related to the amount of vaccines that we've produced and whether or not they meet the agreed quality or standards. Before they pay us, they have to certify them, but sometimes that process they take a bit of time to arrive at the conclusion that they will pass on to us. Unfortunately, that is the only channel that we have for marketing the blood vaccines that the ARC produces. This is obviously a legacy issue. We've had this close association with the OPP, such that we provide backstop for a lot of things that they do, and then backstop support, that is, and then also producing some of these vaccines for them. Yes, that's what happens in terms of the blood vaccines.
Thanks, Dr. Magadlela. Dr. Vergotin, do you have anything?
Chair, from my side, just there was a request to just indicate the progress on the commercialization strategy. In that it was approved at council level. There was a process that the ARC had outlined. And the next step for us is the formal application to actually have PTY on entity set up to be able to streamline the process in terms of output of research that we could actually then work towards commercialization. So I think we could keep the portfolio committee updated on that progress. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Vergotin. Chairperson, honorable members, thank you for the opportunity. Back to you, Chair. I think we have covered the questions.
Thank you so much, CEO. Honorable members, ARC tried to answer most of the questions. That were posed before them. I doubt if there's anything, or if members want a second bite or some clarity seeking questions or some comments on this matter. I have, CEO, I have raised the issue of the department owing
yes.
ARC
yes.
more than 21 million. And there was a question asked about it, which I feel it was not answered. Then there was a second question about the FMD facility. In fact, about the parliamentary grant. What are other ring-fenced projects, and for what purpose, and what is the progress therefore? Which I feel they were not answered. Can the department, maybe due to time, can the department maybe give or submit the answers to the committee by Friday? And also CEO, I've noticed, before I give it to you, before you answer, CEO, there's a hand of Honorable Mahlatsi, and there's a hand of Chairperson of the board, Mom Isaacs. They've indicated that they are very pressed for time. They need to catch their flight, some of the team of ARC, and of which I felt if there will be one or some questions as they were answered, that they can be responded in writing. So I feel let's really excuse some of the members of ARC that needs to leave and catch their flights. Before you give answers to these ones or to have a comment, can I give Honorable Mahlatsi and Honorable Noko an opportunity. Maybe they have a follow-up questions, so that if they have, you add on those 2 questions that are still outstanding. Is that okay?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. Honorable Mahlatsi Dipule.
Thank you very much, Chair. I won't take long. I think the ARC did not respond on governance matters that I have raised. If they can respond in writing, the reason I'm raising these particular issues, Chair, is precisely because ARC will not be able to manage its business if their governance structures are not proper. So if we don't get responses in terms of how they run the institution, we'll never be able to get the output that they are putting on other programs if the actual governance of the institution is not in order. But if they can respond in writing, it's okay. I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable Masipa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issue of the assets of the ARC, obviously they sit with pieces of grounds or lands across the country. There's 2 questions that I have got. Obviously, there has been some land invasion in some of the parts of the country. I just want to know in their records how many of those land invasion has taken place and what are they doing about that? Because I think that is also a revenue creation for them. I was hoping to hear precisely as to what are they planning to do with regards to those lands, pieces of lands that they have got across the country. The second one, we have heard of one of the parcel that they have got in Citrusdal, that it was an issue, a subject of media scrutiny in the last couple of months with regards to eviction of people on that particular farm. How is the ARC handling that matter? Because I think it was quite extensively covered in the media. So if the ARC can just maybe brief us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masipa. Honorable members, I believe that the ARC is noting all these questions. We have 2 more presentations to engage on. Can we agree that the ARC must respond in writing of all these outstanding questions that were raised by the members?
Chair, point of order.
Honorable members, I'm saying Honorable Chair, when Honorable Masipa, there are questions raised by members that were not answered or adequately answered. I'm proposing that all these questions that were not answered by the ARC, the issues of governance and the issues of the FMD facilities and the ones that we are raising and others raised by other members. Can we allow the entity to respond on those ones? To respond on those questions in writing, not later than Friday, this coming Friday.
Okay, Chair, I hear you. But I was just rising to point out that the chair of ARC has raised her hand up for some time now. Can't you recognize her?
Yes, Honorable Masipa. I was starting with the 2 honorable members, which is yourself and Honorable Dibulelo, to raise follow-up questions before I gave chairperson, so that we wrap up these things, you add your questions, and then we conclude that the ARC must respond in writing, but not later than this coming Friday.
But the chair can maybe be able to answer in her coming. So maybe allow her to answer or to speak, and then thereafter, then you can make that ruling. I think it's just maybe premature, maybe. Maybe she's got the answers that she can give and follow up with written responses. That's all I was just wanting to say. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masipa, but you are preempting the answer. What will the chairperson of the board will say? But I don't know. Most members indicated that they're going to leave at 11. I was hoping that we could have at least 2 presentations by not later than 11:30. But if you want to prolong and take longer, let's give the Honorable Chair of In fact, before Honorable Chair, there was the CEO was on the floor.
Yeah.
The CEO was on the floor.
Oh.
And now there is a hand of Honorable Chairperson of the committee. CEO.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Can we allow the chair of the board, because she already indicated her challenges with some of the team. I'm not sure whether you are also part of the team. Can we allow her to speak first and then excuse her? Then you follow up, Dr. Makin. Is that fine with you?
That's fine, Chair.
Thank you so much for your understanding. Over to you, Chairperson of the board, Ma'am Isaacs.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to say that I do think that, as you've agreed, that Lito needs to respond, and those outstanding needs to be responded to by Friday. It wasn't contradictory to your ruling. And I just actually wanted to do the greeting of all the portfolio committee members after the ARC has completed their response. So, Chair, I'm going to hand back to you and Lito so that he can actually answer those questions if possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and you and your team that are rushing. You are excused to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Very briefly, Chairperson, being mindful of time, we have actually presented a full report, and I'm starting with the land evasions question from Honorable Masipa. There is a report that's been presented to Council on land evasions in general, and there is a specific piece of work that's also been done in looking at the Citrusdal facility. At Citrusdal, we are working there with a farmer who is going to use that facility, a black farmer that's been identified, an up-and-coming farmer who has done very well in soft citrus. And if you recall, Chairperson, I talked about an innovative property management strategy where we are finding ways of sharing these facilities and using them for development of the sector. So this is, we saw this as an opportunity to do that. What we have been told is that the people who are in the media talking about this particular facility are not necessarily the people who are on the facility. We are actually working with the local municipality as well in that space to assist with some of the people that had been occupying a part of the farm, only a part. It's not all the farm that is occupied. So we have a plan that is in place, and we are working closely. And for us, we've told ourselves that let's do what is right with the facility. Once we are done, we can then provide a full report to account to our principals. But we are making sure that we are doing this correctly, knowing the sensitivity around land management. We still have invasions of land in other properties, and we are handling those. The biggest cost associated with these, Chairperson and honorable members, is the cost of security. We are really struggling with the cost of securing some of these land parcels, and that's why where we are unable to secure it, we find suitable partners. But we want this to be a thing of the past, although we know that land evasions are a problem across the country in any case. But where we have control, we are going to be focused in finding partnerships that can take us outside of this space. Regarding the FMD facility, Chairperson, I have indicated in my earlier introduction that we have progressed. We've actually picked up on this facility. We have appointed the service providers, and I went further to indicate that even the appointment process was subjected to a probity audit, which has been completed to ensure that everything has been done according to plan. As I indicated also, we have a timeline that's been established by the experts that gives us about 3 years to complete this exercise. And we have no reason whatsoever at this stage, because work is moving at a good pace, that those timelines are not going to be met. The last point I would like to touch on, Chair, is just to assure the committee that between myself and the DG, we've found a better way of working together. And I'm not overly concerned about that debt that is showing there. We have open channels, and we actually are continuing to look at how we resolve issues between the mother department and the entity. That amount has actually been significantly reduced, Chair, and it's now, I think in terms of all debt, we are left with just about 5 million. And what we will be doing is also, because there is continuing work between us and the department. In fact, the latest communication to us from the department was confirming that there is now going to be an easier way of going from the department directly to the ARC, that there will be no need to continue with testing of Section 217, that the ARC can be contracted by the department directly. And that's where we are. So we are going to do some reconciliations, but we are required from an audit perspective to reflect if we do have what is shown in our financials as debt. We can't not show that as debt, even if there is talks and arrangements outside of that process, but we have to reflect it because that's the correct way of reporting our finances. And it's not a reflection of the fact that we are not doing anything about it, or there is maybe challenges in terms of resolving those issues. It's from a reporting perspective, Chairperson. I think Honorable Mahlatsi, on the governance structures, probably, I don't know if, Chair, we can, because it would assist us to just understand what Honorable Mahlatsi would like us to expand on, so that if on this specific question of governance structures, we go back, Chair, and prepare a submission for this committee, we know exactly what we would be sharing regarding the ARC's governance structures. That would be my request, and to say maybe that's the part that we can perhaps forward to the committee at a later stage, to just reflect on the governance structures, but just to understand where we should focus to assist the committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. See, Mr. Markin, for the responses. I don't see any other hand, or any, maybe Honorable Mahlatsi who wants to say something, but there's, which means she is covered.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mahlatsi.
I will send written questions. I'm not covered. I will send specific written questions to the entity via the secretary, so that they can able to understand what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Now, honorable members, we've exhausted so much time to this one presentation. Can we proceed to the second presentation? To the second presentation on the agenda. If we have questions that we feel they are not adequately responded to, can we follow suit and write to the entity and seek those answers? Now, can we proceed to the second entity to do the presentation, which is Ingonyama Transport? Mamokakas, can you assist the ITP to flight their presentation? Thank you so much, ARC, for your presentation. As you've heard, members will submit follow-up questions. Mamokakas, can you assist the ITP?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members.
Because of that. Can we be assisted? Okay. Ingonyama Transport. The presentation is flighted. Who is presenting?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members. The presentation will be done by the CEO, assisted by the CFO. Just to introduce the members present, I have with me, I'm the chairperson of Ingonyama Trust, Board Jerome Ngwenya. Hello? I'm saying the people present on behalf of the Ingonyama Trust Board, we have the chairperson, myself, Jerome Ngwenya. We've got Dr. Zetu Kunta, the deputy chair. We've got Advocate Linda Zama, a board member. We have Ngosi Bele, who's also a board member. Other board members have tendered their apology, saying that Ngosi Mavunda has got a network problem, but he said we'll keep on trying. We also have the CEO, Mr. Velam Ngwengwe, and Mr. Sia Vilagazi, who is the CFO. I hand over to them now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Babu Judge Ngwenya, you mentioned a lot of people that you are with as board members and staff. Who is actually presenting?
The CEO.
How many people will present?
There's two people.
Thank you so much. I just needed that clarity.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Velam Ngwengwe. I am the head of Secretariat of Ingonyama Trust, and I'll be presenting with Mr. Vilagazi, who is our acting CFO. I greet the members of Parliament, who are members of the Portfolio Committee, members of the board, members of other entities present. We thank you for the opportunity. I request that we move to the next slide. In terms of chair, what we're going to present, it's the Q4 of 2021-2022, both financial and non-financial performance. We're not necessarily going to present the year to date, which gives the picture of the entire financial year, but we have made those slides available since we make reference to other quarters so that the committee has got sight of what we're talking about. Then we'll present the Q1, both financial and non-financial performance of the current financial year. Thank you, Chair. Can I move to the next slide? In terms of the slide on the screen, Chair, is that we had an indicator for relationship agreements signed between the board and various entities. So in Q4, we had a target of 3, and we achieved 8 of those. We've indicated that mainly that was due to a number of agreements that had previously been approved, but where administrative processes had not been finalized and therefore were finalized during this quarter. As you'll notice, there was also underperformance in the first quarter, which had to be covered by increased performance in this regard. So that's what you then see. With respect to training of traditional councils, we had an indicator for 3. But what had happened, Chair, is that we had allocated more capacity on that as a consequence of underperformance that had occurred at the beginning of the financial year. So by the third quarter, we had achieved the annual performance. So as a result, in the fourth quarter, there was actually no performance in this regard because we had already achieved our target in that regard. With respect to improved audit opinion, Chair, we still we obtained an unqualified audit opinion actually for the first time, which was achieved in the third quarter. Can move to the next slide. We had about 5 policies, Chair, that we had to develop. And for the fourth quarter, we had a target of 1 policy, but there was underperformance in the previous quarters. So eventually, during the last month of the financial year, we got approval of about 3 policies, which is why then you have what appears to be overperformance. Though in the final analysis, we still had 1 policy that was not achieved, since we had 5, eventually 4. With respect to the number of talent and rights approved by the board, with a target for 1,000 for the entire financial year and 250 for the Q4, and there was no achievement during Q4. That's simply because we did not have any board meeting during that period. And even if there was, we had only 59 applications that were available for processing, so there would still have been an underperformance. In the main, the underperformance in this regard is caused by the fact that we had to discount applications for residential leases, which were accounting for the larger numbers of leases that were being processed by the board, which then reflects an overall underperformance. Since there was a court judgment, we ceased processing residential leases, and therefore that impacted on performance. With respect to the last indicator on non-financial, which was the number of traditional councils which developed and approved human settlement plans, we had a target of 1. But in the entire financial year, we had 5, and none of them were achieved. We indicated here that there were still consultations taking place, and we had about 4 of those being approved by TCs, which had to come to the board, but it was too late in the financial year for those to be approved by the board. But of course, there are other issues that I will touch on when I get to the first quarter performance report, other issues that impact on the achievement of this particular indicator. Thank you, Chair. The CFO will then come through on the financial part. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and your members of the Honourable Committee, the board and all officials, the boards and all officials present. Chair, I'm here to present the financial part of the performance of Ingonyama Transport for the first quarter, as reflected, sorry, for the fourth quarter, Chair, as reflected in the presentation. The organization is still in a deficit situation of about 4 million, and that's what the bottom line reflects. In the current quarter, Chair, we had budgeted that we were going to receive about 9.7 million in income. A portion of that would have been contributed by the 10% that comes from the trust. What happened in that particular quarter is, although the request went to the board on the fourth quarter, the board only managed, as the CEO has said, to sit in the first quarter, so there was no approval for that money, which is why you see that that variance of about 3.8 million being 39% of what we had anticipated to receive in revenue, which also contributes to why the variance is much larger than what was anticipated for it to be. So all in all, we receive about revenue of 5.9 million against expenditure of 9.7 million. With regards to expenditure, Chair, we had budgeted to spend about 10.4 million within the respective line items, board members' fees being over by 7%, in terms of spending, salaries being quite in line with what was anticipated, audit fees not being spent due to the fact that the audit planning commenced late, as there were delays in audits, and other general expenses would include security, cleaning, etc., were also quite under by 15%. So all in all, the organization did sustain a deficit of about 4 million compared to a deficit of 680,000, which was anticipated. And we attribute that just mainly to the late transfer of the 10% from the trust. I'm going to line there, Chair. Thank you.
Next slide. Thank you, Chair. This is now the first quarter of the current financial year. Mr. Vilakazi will start with this part, then I'll come to the other part.
Apologies, Chair. For some reason, my unmute had escaped the screen. With regards to this current year's performance, non-financial performance, Chair, one of the challenges that when we arrived in the entity that were identified, which were quite material, was the audit opinions that the organization faced for both the trust and the board. So we were tasked with developing action plans to be able to address those findings. And obviously, as committee members are aware, we managed to move from what would have been a disclaimer of opinion for both entities to unqualified for the Ingonyama Transport, which is Schedule 3 entity, and to a qualification for the trust, with the audits being finalized even for this particular financial year as unqualified and qualified respectively for the board and the trust. So in terms of responding to the negative audit opinions that have come through, we designed, develop an action plan which seeked to address those. But already a lot of work had gone into, before this action plan came into the APP, already a lot of work had gone into resolving a lot of audit issues that were centered around governance, etc. And we remain with some issues which are capacity issues, which we're hoping that we'll be able to resolve in the near future. What this particular indicator then, Chair, shows is those findings, which we are saying are 30% of the total findings that were due to be addressed, excuse me, in quarter one, which have not been addressed. And we are saying about 5 of those findings, one of which relates to signing of performance agreement with the performance management policy only being approved in the first quarter. And then we will start implementing, hopefully we will come in the next quarter with some improvement with regards to that particular line. We have 3 SCM related findings which require capacity increase. And as it stands right now, we have a dwindling structure with regards to these functions, especially support functions that need to be performed. And as we all know, support functions do strengthen governance to a certain extent or to a large extent. Same issue with irregular expenditure. It's just the problem in the organization is a matter of skills. You need requisite skills, especially in support areas that are specialized support areas like human resources and like supply chain. So we are hoping that we're going to be able to move this year. What we have done to alleviate it in the meantime is we are kind of trying to use resources from the department and other departmental entities while we are figuring out a way of creating sustainable solutions for this particular environment. The one for internal audits, Chair, is exactly the same indicator, but just relates to what internal audit as a structure that is used by the accounting authority and management to kind of stress test and ensure that governance is in place. Unfortunately, in the organization, there is no internal audit currently due to financial issues. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything to report on this particular line. And the last line refers to an unqualified audit opinion, which was finalized on the 31st of July this year, Chair. We are happy to announce that we maintained that unqualified audit opinion, which we will then report when we present and table the annual report, or possibly when we table the next quarter's report. I'm going to hand back to the CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the current financial year, we had to decrease our target. You'll notice that in the previous financial year, we had 1,000, and in the current financial year, we're at 800. We've got 800. With a target of 200 in the first quarter, but we only achieved 113 with a variance of 87. The issue really here is that we didn't have as much applications for processing, and as a consequence of which we had underperformance. So even in instances where there could have been application for processing, there are financial issues in this organization. As a consequence of lack of finances in a particular quarter, you could have people that are supposed to be going out on the field to survey sites so that applications can be processed, not being able to get out because there isn't money for them to get out. So those are the issues that impact particularly on this indicator. Then with respect to the asset register, we had one update per quarter, which is what was done, which is what was achieved. Next slide. Then we had decided to develop a stakeholder engagement strategy with a view to kind of align with our stakeholders, because we realize that a lot of what we do is dependent on us maintaining or cultivating healthy relationships with our stakeholders. So in the first quarter, we only had a stakeholder tracker that had to be achieved, which is what was achieved. With respect to the training of TCs, we had 4, and that was achieved. With respect to the number of human segment plans, we had 1, and there's an issue. The committee realized that there has been an issue with this indicator for as long as it has existed. It hasn't been achieved. Though we do have plans that have been developed, what became an issue is that the process that was followed in their development was not necessarily a process that was envisaged by the organization when this indicator was identified. So we're trying to sort those out so that then we are able to take these plans back to the board for approval. for consideration. Chair, that is where I will stop, and Mr. Vilakazi will then get on the financial performance part.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the first quarter, we see a bottom line of a negative or deficit of negative 1.2 million as compared to what we had anticipated of 3.6 million. And the main cause for that is, you remember in quarter four, I would have spoken to the 10% transfer from the trust, which would have been approved in the following quarter and not necessarily in quarter four. So you then start seeing that a budget of 1.2 million for that 10% compared to an actual of 3.2 million allows the trickling of those monies from the previous quarter to actually be utilized in this particular first quarter. As a result, your revenue is higher by 2 million from 7.3 million to 9.4 million. So that's just what attributes to that. With regards to expenditure, we are quite in line, if not just slightly under, by 600,000. And the contribution for that is board members. There were less meetings in the first quarter than anticipated. Salaries and wages also relatively stay in line with a variance of an underspending of 7,000, audit fees with an underspending of 17, and total general expenses, which include the items that I mentioned in quarter four, is also less by 62,000. Chair, the financial issues for particularly the board continue, and we are sitting with the board constantly to try and come up with strategies to be able to deal with this. But I think there's a holistic involvement that is needed in this particular process for this particular entity. And we have had engagements with the department, have alerted them that they need to start exercising a certain level of oversight to ensure that board decisions are coherent with the rules of cause and effect. So at the end of the day, so that whatever sustainable solutions that are put in place are sustainable. We had come in with the mind of being an interim management so that we can assist the organization in moving forward in a particular way. But there's a sense that we might have reached a particular dead end. So that then becomes a need to reshift or refocus so that we can actually kind of create capacity for more expansion within the organization. And that just requires adequate governance from minister to the department to even this committee to assist in trying to achieve those. This organization has been sitting in this particular state for for a couple of decades, and I don't think it will be resolved if we don't all pitch in together to realize the objectives for which it was created and try and fully implement the model that exists for it for tenure rights for people of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Vilakazi. Mr. Ngwe, Advocate Mkwenko, are you Vilakazi present?
Excuse me, Chair.
I'm asking Mr. Ngwe, are you done presenting?
Yes, that's a complete presentation of the ITB.
Okay. Thank you so much, ITB, for your presentation. Honorable members, there's the presentation tabled before us by ITB. I will allow the members of the committee to engage, seek clarity questions. There is I'm trying to check. I'm noting hands, honorable members. The presentation is before us, has been tabled. Any takers on the presentation before I come in? Honorable Mbamam? followed by Honorable Masho and Honorable Kapa, Dato Kapa. I will note other hands as they come. You are the first one, Mamu Umbaba.
Thank you, Chair. I will not talk to the presentation as it has, I will not talk to the presentation at all because I really do not see what we can talk about in the presentation. It's disappointing as usual. There has been no change. In fact, it has just gone from bad to worse over the years. What I would like to know is from Mr. Ngwenya is what does he see as the future of the trust, Ingonyama Trust, inclusive of the board going forward? That's my first question. And then the second question is, what plans are there to pay back the millions that have been taken from innocent people in terms of rental, especially your residential leases? I would like to know what plans are there to make sure that that money is recouped and handed back to the people. Does he think they have the necessary records to be able to actually identify each and every victim and repay the money as the court has suggested? I think those are the two questions that I have to ask, Chair. I just wish that the minister was still here. I would have asked her more questions because really I do not feel like engaging the staff at the moment. I think it is a more serious issue than what the staff can answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamu Baba. Honorable Masho.
Chair, let me welcome the presentation by the ITB Trust Board. Though I'm having a slight problem, and please, Chairperson, ignore my ignorance of not knowing what is the difference between the board and the trust. Because the heading, it says ITB Trust Board. I heard that the presenter, Mr. Uvilagazi, make mention of the signing of agreements with different entities. I just wanted to check if we can be privileged with the names of those entities that they signed their agreements with, of those entities, so as to check and understand, or equip my knowledge with the issue of what is the trust, what is the board. And now another question that I have will be that what was the transfer from Ingonyama Trust means for, since the ITB did not meet most of their targets, and why is ITB only receiving a transfer in the last quarter of the financial year from the Ingonyama Trust? Chair, the last one, which is the last one, which will then help me to understand. And please, people, forgive me. I want to understand. The board is the board. The trust is the trust. And each entity must be able to account for his own doings.
Now, if we combine them on top there and say ITD Trust Board, do we mean that the board, those that are presenting today, is the board or is the trust? So I just wanted to check, but also lastly, Chair, on my input will be that to me, if the trust is the one presenting today, that is why I'm lost. Whether it's the board that is presenting today, that is why I'm lost. I need clarity on that. And if the other entity, which can be one of the entities that they signed the agreement with, can be the trust or can be the board. What I know is that the board is the bigger body than the trust. Maybe, I don't know. That is why I need clarity on that. Chairperson, if basa khona o tale bona ba le ba bangwe gore batho account aba bushetse report ya bona morao ba tele bona ba ba present ba le together, because we've been singing a song for a long time asking these people to come and present to us. So they are undermining us, because most of the time when we talk as the portfolio committee, they're telling us that we don't know where the act that formulated them comes from. So I need clarity on that. Thanks.
Honorable Masha, I know Babu Kapa, you are next, but I feel let me quickly assist Honorable Masha on this one. On the issue of Ingonyama Trust Board, there is a trustee, which is Isilo, and there is a board that has been established to do the administration of the land under Ingonyama Trust. Now, the entity that is supposed to come and account to Parliament is not the trustee, which is the Isilo, no. Isilo, yes, is part of the board by virtue of appointing someone that represents Isilo in the board. The entity that is supposed to account to Parliament and the department is the Ingonyama Trust Board. I'm just giving you that clarity so that maybe if you have a follow-up question or comment, you can have it after Babu Kapa. Babu Kapa, your hand was up, Mtembu.
You are right, Chair. My hand was up.
You may proceed.
I don't know whether it actually preempted my first question, which was to say, given the current situation, who is the trustee as we speak now? Who is the trustee as we speak? That was my first question. And the second one was to get a clarity on the understanding of the board on the implications, both long-term and immediate, of the court ruling or judgment that was mentioned by Mr. Mngwengwe. Otherwise, at the moment, I don't, or allow me to reserve my opinion on the presentation. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Taba. The last speaker, Honorable Mahlatse, your hand is up.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much, Lalo, and good morning to members of the Ingonyama Transport. So, I think I share the same sentiments with Umam Papama regarding the presentation that it leaves much to desire, and most probably one can simply take appraisals from the fact that the audit outcome has become better. That is a plus from what we are seeing. But maybe and I think as a portfolio committee, we've delivered on issues of Ingonyama Trust for quite some time. And we have not been able to deal with the elephant in the room. which is the institution sustainable? And I remember Ubaba Ngwenya saying, it won't be sustainable precisely because of the limited resources that we have. But the issue with the resources that have been appropriated to Ingonyama Trust was simply to deal with administrative matters of the institution, which would assist in making sure that the trust is able, the board is able to oversee the work of the trust. Now, listening to the fact that there haven't been enough applications in this particular quarter that they're reporting on, what could have been the issue? That they have not been receiving enough applications. Secondly, the CEO also indicates that the board has not been sitting regularly. Why was the board not sitting regularly? Because the sitting of the board are regulated themselves. If they were not sitting, what were the issues? My last point is, do we see the future of this institution over and above its relevance in the current democratic dispensation? Is it honestly and truly relevant? And should we continue as should the government continue to fund the institution when it is not performing well, to become exemplary, or an institution that can be replicated anywhere else in the country? Because I want to believe the Honalema Khosi in other areas and so forth, not taking away the historical path of Ingonyama Trust. But those, in as far as the presentation is concerned, is to check why was the board not sitting? Why is this institution sustainable? And the last point was around applications. What led to limited applications? People no longer wanted to apply for land administration purposes, or what is the issue in relation to the, and the last issue is that particular decline, how does Ingonyama Trust interpret it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mashat. In the absence of another hand, Mamung Babam, is that a legacy hand or a new one? All right, then. Thank you. Thank you. In the absence of any other hand from honorable members, allow me to have these comments. Honorable members, I will not engage on the presentation because this presentation is just hollow. It is not giving us any leg to do a proper oversight or make the institution to be accountable. There's nothing that it says. It's more like a copy and paste of the previous one, previous quarters. I will just cite one example. The issue of training of traditional councils. Since the ITB has been presenting to us, there has never been any training of a traditional council, unless really my memory is really failing me. In this presentation, there is no detailed account of the financials of the financial statements of Ingonyama Transport. What is there to engage? To hear the plans and no accountability. What is happening here? It makes me to recall what Honorable Mahlatsi has said in one meeting when she was saying there's a story to tell and then there's an accountability later, if I'm not mistaken. This is just a story and nothing. I don't know what to pose any questions where. There's nothing. There's nothing that has been presented to us that will make us, the committee, to make sure that Ingonyama Trust is accountable for all those things that we have been raising. These questions that members have been raising, that are raising today, are questions that have been raised earlier, maybe honorable members. Therefore, I would like to propose to honorable members that this issue of Ingonyama Trust, we take it up with the minister. As Umamumba Babana has indicated, that it is a pity that the minister has already left the meeting. Maybe we should take it up with the minister. The minister could take us through as to if honorable members can recall, there was a team that was a presidential team assigned to deal with the issue of Ingonyama Trust. Maybe we may request the honorable minister to take us through as to how far is that process. Because honorable members, what has been continuously happening, we cannot allow it to continue anymore. Maybe ITB are not the ones to give us the answers, except the minister. Maybe this meeting should be resolved in that the issue of ITB, the minister must come and take us through. That is just my comment, honorable members, because I really don't have anything to take, because I will ask about the trainings. We will continue asking about the lease on the residential land that we've been asking, the list of residential list, which areas, how many are they, what are the costs of rentals on that land. They never came forth. They never came forth. The issue of board, there were so many resignations and suspensions. The issue of instability on staff. We've been having acting CEO, acting CFO, acting HR manager, acting this. There's a lot of instability in Ingonyama Trust. Maybe we should ask, the minister must take us into confidence about what is happening in this entity before we would be at loggerheads and we may appear as if we are being hostile to the entity. Maybe the actual minister must take us through what is happening here, because as far as I'm concerned, whatever is happening here, and we know what were the audit issues of Ingonyama Trust in terms of the compliance of the PFMA and Auditor General. We know of all those things. So, honorable members, there were questions posed by honorable members to the ITB. Mamubaba, Mbabukapa, Mamahlo, and other honorable members. Let me give the ITB to answer on those questions. Thank you. I don't have any question on the presentation, Ingonyama Trust. Good. Over to you, Tatu Jerome. Tatu Xolo, Tata, yo, yima Tata uxolo ndiyaxolisa kakhulu. Bengifuna ukuthi ndikhalele nto kaJudge Ngwenya. Over to you, Tatu Ngwenya. Ngiyaxolisa tatam kakhulu ukubiza by your first name. I really apologize.
No, thank you, Chairperson. In fact, there is no offense on that.
It's anti-cultural, Tata.
Yeah, no.
Don't be diplomatic about it. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu.
No, thank you, ma'am. Chairperson and members of the committee, thank you. I hear the concerns of the members. Let me respond, starting from Honorable Babama, who is very displeased with the content of the presentation, but she asked at least 2 questions, if not 3. The future of the entity, and also she asked whether it would be able to pay back lessees. I think it would be important to emphasize the distinction. The future of the board as currently crafted by legislation is in itself unique, and therefore I cannot comment on it further than to say that this being a statutory established arrangement, it's up to those who make the law of the country, following the constitution, to answer the question of the board as currently constituted, because it's unusual for a trust to be administered by non-trustees. But the future of the trust is quite clear. The trust owns so many assets that are sitting with municipalities, which, if optimally utilized, it does not need a cent from government, as it currently does not receive any cent from government. Instead, it supplements the funding from the government, as members have noted. Currently, the National Treasury alone, with the royalties of the trust, sits in billion. It has not accounted, it has not paid the trust 1 cent of those royalties. Likewise, local government, out of 44 municipalities, 38 of them use the trust assets without any payment of any cent to the trust, and therefore a discussion along those lines need to take place. The future, therefore, of the national asset of the Zulu people in the form of land and its aligned resources does not depend on the people who are present and presenting before the members of this committee, but lies with the Silo as the head of the nation, Amakosi, and the nation itself. We come and go. Tomorrow, there could be somebody else as the chairperson, but Amakosi and the people will remain. And therefore, that question, I think, the answer to that question of the future of the trust as a trust lies elsewhere. To the extent that there is a view that it can be replicated elsewhere, I cannot comment, because the land of similar people sits as state land with the minister. How that could be arranged, I think, is a process that belongs outside me, or for that matter, this board. With regards to the leases, let me make a few comments on the court case. The court case is currently the subject of appeal. Whenever it is necessary, once we have exhausted all the avenues of law and it remains the same, the trust is always liquid. The millions that Honorable Mbabama is referring to, we don't know about. We see in the press, people talk about hundreds of millions and so on. Nowhere near even 50 million are residential leases as we pay. Most of the holders of residential leases are defaulting. But secondly, interestingly too, is that the court did not set aside the leases. It's unusual where you leave the parties contractually bound to one another, but you say one must refund the other. That is one of the reasons why the matter will have to be debated fully before the Supreme Court of Appeal. As the members would testify, when we talk about leases, there are records of each and every lease. There are financial records of each and every penny received, and there are records of each and every penny that has left the books of Ingonyama Trust. The frustration the members are talking about relate only to the fact that the board, which is an entity, because these are not, the two of them are not entities. The board is an entity simply because of the PFMA. The funding, which is approved by the members sitting here, is only 24 million rand. To oversee non-public funds, because what the trust receives is not public funds, in the manner described in the PFMA. The trust, I repeat, the trust, even the Auditor General, when he audits, you can look at the audit report, says the trust is not the subject of the PFMA. So in a nutshell, the members are given information all the time that just the salary budget alone exceeds 24 million rand. But they say we're not performing, we're not giving them all the information. How they expect the board to work with far less money to oversee a trust of this size is another question. But I'm saying I understand the consent, but I've explained this. The difference which the chair has already explained to Honorable Matlo, we are not ducking and diving. The trust, until the PFMA in 1999-2000 came into effect, was not reporting directly or indirectly to Parliament. By virtue of the PFMA creating the board, describing the board as a non-trading entity, yet the trust is audited as if it's a trading entity. We're not required to trade, and we're not trading, but we're treated as a trading entity. So what ultimately comes to the board is the money from the minister on the one hand and money from the trust on the other hand. That money which, instead of going to community projects, but help to supplement the budget of the board, in my respectful view, should be the concern for the members who vote the budget of this entity in the manner it is, because each time we present a budget of 40 million and more, it's quite clear that the difference between 24 or 22 comes from the trust. So in a nutshell, we're in a situation where almost both the government and the trust or members of the public contribute towards the running of the board. Now, the question that is further asked is, if already the court has put a spanner on a revenue stream of the trust, where do these honorable members expect the trust to generate income from? Because I've already illustrated, royalties are sitting with the National Treasury, substantial resources and infrastructure sit with municipalities paying nothing. That includes water, includes roads, include many things, sewer, etc. So the trust is being hamstrung, and yet it is expected to perform. Once these honorable members focus on these questions that I'm raising, we'll realize that the trust can sustain itself without any cent from the government. So the difference then, the chair has explained to Honorable Matlo, is that the trust has got one trustee, Isilo, the head of the Zulu Nation, in one hand. The board is an entity created by the PFMA, which in turn give this committee of the honorable members the responsibility of exercising oversight to the ITB, to exercise oversight of what has the ITB done with the 24 million. That's all that the law requires. So whether we repeat ourselves on a regular basis and so on, the reality is that we are accounting for the attempts that the board exercised under very trying circumstances for the trust to function and get its resources back. Once those resources are back, the trust, like I've said, I think has got more money revenue than anybody could think. The other question by Honorable Kappa was, who is the trustee? And he was not clear. He said in the context of what is happening. I think that should have been understood by now, that the president of the country has accepted who the ISILO is today. All that is now outstanding are other ceremonies, but all the cultural compliances and so on have long been done. ISILO now get a stipend from the government, and the government would be acting irregular if the member of parliament is not aware that ISILO, His Majesty, is the trustee and is the only trustee at this stage. Then there are other contenders and contestants is neither here nor there from where we sit. And I think that question has been answered. I think Honorable Matlazi has said that he shared the sentiments by Honorable Babama, and then she observed an improvement on audit. But I think the clarification I'm giving is a factual, objective one to say these members are asking questions which I think I attempted my best to respond to by indicating that there's nothing much one can do with the 24 million. Hence, the revenue that is generated by the trust also assists the board to discharge its function. We noted what the chair is saying about not engaging on the report. With regard to, in conclusion, how the board, the committee engaged with the minister, hopefully it would one day engage with the relevant stakeholders, the SILO, Amakosi, and all the beneficiaries that are reflected in the legislation. To the extent that I have left any question unanswered, I will leave this. I'll ask the CEO and the CFO and the deputy and all members of the board that are present, Chairperson, with your permission, before I can say that we have finalized the response to the question so far asked. Thank you.
The CFO or the CEO may proceed, Chair. Honorable Yotatu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll just deal with a few questions that have been raised. Chair, the presentation is based on the on the APP of Ingonyama Transport. It is what it is, limited as it may look. I think the frustration from members in terms of presentation leaving much to be desired. I guess it's not because it's not because the presentation doesn't deal with what it's supposed to deal with, because what it's supposed to deal with are indicators as reflected in the APP. But the reality is that the contradictions between the trust and the board as raised by members, and the issues around funding, the issue around what entity is listed in the PFMA, is probably what is causing members to think that we're saying less than what we should be saying. Indeed, we're saying less than what we should be saying because we're talking more about what this board can afford in terms of resources available to it. But I'm not rejecting that these contradictions shouldn't be resolved. I think they should be resolved. But what is happening here is that we've got such limited content to report on because of the reality that the APP of the board talks to to those things that it can afford to do based on resources it has available, and those things are limited and therefore causing frustration. So that's basically what is happening. There was an issue about whether or not we have records to identify. I think Chair has partly answered that. Yes, we do. That was a question by Honorable Mbabama. Yes, there are records to identify residential lessees. We know who they are, how much they have paid. Should this litigation get to a point where there's a final decision regarding what must be refunded, we will be in a position of refunding in the sense that we know how much they've paid and who they are. So that can be done. Then there was an issue about, that was asked by Honorable Mahlatsi as to why the board wasn't meeting. Chair, this is how we are organized. The board operates as a normal board, and it meets as frequently as it is necessary. So there were meetings of the board. January there was one, February there was one, March there was one. But there are specific meetings where the board meets as a board to just deal with tenure matters. That is where the applications are dealt with, the leases are dealt with. So it is only that type of sitting that did not happen in March. But the board was meeting with respect to other business. In as far as the meetings for tenure, there was just an issue about the clashing of dates, and as a consequence of which there were no meetings, and therefore no application was taken there. But as I had indicated, there were only 59 applications that were ready in the event the board had met. So that would not have put us in the better position in relation to that performance for the fourth quarter anyway. But I think what I also want to illustrate is that I understand the frustration of the committee with respect to how our performance has been. But I think if the committee can be fair with respect to this, if you look at the performance in the last quarter, in the last financial year, what you're going to find is that it has been better than the past financial years. There was much improvement and pockets of lack of achievement. So yes, any type of underperformance, it's something that must be scorned at, that must be corrected, which we accept. We strive to improve all the time. So we will continue trying to do so. I think in the main, it was that question from Honorable Mahlatsi that I wanted to answer, because I realized that I had made a statement that may have given a wrong impression that the board was not meeting. There was an issue about why do we think we're not receiving enough applications? I had mentioned this in my presentation, that you have your ordinary development applications, which are commercial in nature, then you have residential leases. Residential leases tended to be higher in numbers. So therefore, they will just bump up the number of applications that the board has. So the moment that you say you're suspending the processing of residential leases, of course, the number is going to go down. So it doesn't necessarily indicate that the commercial applications, the numbers of commercial applications have subsided. It simply indicates that the other contributing applications are no longer there as a consequence of the judgment. But also it indicated that because of the financial situation of this organization, we do get to situations where even when we do have applications that must be processed, you can't get surveyors on site because there isn't money for them to go out. So that particular situation existed between October last year up to the end of this financial year. So there is a delay that was caused to commercial applicants as a consequence of the lack of availability of the lack of resources for surveyors to be able to go out. I think that's how far I can go with the questions that were outstanding. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
With your permission, Chair, I'm not sure whether there is still a contribution from our side before we conclude. Dr. Gunda, with the permission of the Chair.
Chairperson, thank you. No, I don't have. What I wanted to say earlier on, I think the CEO has covered, so I'm covered, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I may conclude, Chairperson, by saying, because there is one question that I think come to mind, from yourself in particular, about the instability of the entity. I'm not sure of that, Chairperson. I don't have those facts. What I do know is that 2 board members resigned towards the end of their term in about 2019 rather. And the life of that board at the time was to end in July 2020. Before the end of July 2020, the minister extended the life of the board by 1 month to end on the 31st August 2020. He then appointed the current board as an interim board, which commenced on the 1st of September 2020. We do not know, but at the beginning of this year, there was an advert inviting people to register an interest to become board members, because currently we are running, save myself, we're running with an interim board. The resignation of members of management took place in 2020 and 2021. In total, there were 2 managers that resigned, and the then CEO, not acting CEO, he had a contract which he saw through until the end of 2020. So between then and June last year, yes, there was acting CEO. The current CEO is on fixed term contract. Therefore, what I'm saying to the chairperson is, I'm not aware of the instability of the organization. That there was nothing unusual with the events as I have responded to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Babungwe. Any other questions from the members or comments before we proceed to the next entity? Honorable members, I don't see any other hand. Regarding this, let me take this opportunity to thank the Ingonyama Transport for the presentation on this matter. Thank you so much. Can we proceed to the next entity on the agenda, which is the OPP? Can the host please assist OPP to flight their presentation for the members?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Portfolio Committee members, our colleagues at the department, and members of the entities. Chair, if I may just give a a quick update on what we've been doing in the last quarter, and then I'll hand over to management to present the fourth quarter for 2022 and the first quarter for 2023. Chair, I think to start off with, OBP obtained an unqualified audit opinion with no emphasis of matter, which ordinarily would be referred to as a clean audit for the 2022 financial year. From a strategic perspective, GMP remains our biggest challenge. And on GMP, as alluded to by the Minister earlier this morning as well, on the GMP, we currently in litigation, one, on the termination of the contract, and two, with the anticipation that this matter will have to go to High Court to set aside that contract. And parallel to that, we've been running our discussions with the SIU in order to register the matter for investigation. Because the OBP board has a limited number of members, the Act only allows us, I think it's 7 members. We have used the current subcommittees to embark on the areas of the critical areas of the organization, which is our sustainable energy, water and production, and of course our people management. So the board had adopted a governance framework whereby we will co-opt industry experts as well as members from academia at roundtable discussions to find the best solutions for the OBP in terms of those critical areas. In the last quarter, our stakeholder relations have improved with our various stakeholders, and we continue to keep that at the top of our radar. In terms of the production challenges, and members would recall that we had indicated that the equipment that we use is specialized equipment. So from date of order to date of installation of our equipment is approximate 24 months. We have approved our we have approved the vector-proof facility and the freeze dryer in terms of the most critical equipment that the organization requires now. But what we've also done parallel to that is enter into discussions with strategic partnerships for contract manufacturing, so that when we are unable to, we have backup that can assist us in our production. Chair, there have been challenges. Members would recall that I think between March, probably around about the 3rd of March to the 13th of May, there had been a moratorium on supply chain management by National Treasury. So a lot of the procurement that was supposed to have taken place was delayed. But I think a cognizance also needs to be taken that the OBP is not funded by the fiscus. So where there is underspending, there's always a combination of our cost containment measures versus probably timing issues on the expenditure that needs to be incurred. Chair, I'd like to stop there and just hand over to management to present the 2 reports. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair of the Board, and thanks to the committee for the opportunity. We're still struggling to share our screen we've sent out a message for Ms. Governor to be allowed to share the screen, but we'll talk to the slides. Hopefully that the Secretariat would allow us. My name is Luvuyo Mabombo. I'm the Interim Chief Executive Officer of OBP. Chair and members, I think the Chair has already given a nice overview of the presentation that we're gonna make, but I think context is important. We call them the 4-legged leg indicators that was facing now as as an entity.
Can you assist in sharing this?
Am I audible, Chair, of the committee?
Yes, you are audible, but
Oh,
I'm asking the co-chairs here the secretary to assist.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We call it a four-legged leg indicator, as we refer to it. I think the Chair has spoken to it. The first one, of course, being a GMP, which is a monkey on our back, which we are trying to sort out through two processes. One, a litigation process, and secondly, in the continuation, you'll see it on the indicators as my CFO presents that it's got an impact on the performance. The second one is a lack of planned preventative maintenance, which has got an impact on the availability of vaccines. And you'll see that some of the performance that we didn't achieve on the outcomes, both in Q4 and Q1 of 2023, is a function of lack of maintenance on equipment and the refurbishment of equipment and replacement of equipment, which is aged as age as the last decade. The third one, Chair, in the lag indicators that we refer to, it's reflected on the performance side of our presentation, is the incapacitation of our HR function that has got an impact on the policies to be developed. So our response our response in terms of our strategy for stabilization looks at all these things, these three leg indicators, which is alternative manufacturing space, getting service providers to make sure that our policies are updated, and a continuation process with respect to GMP through two-pronged strategy, one of a litigation process, and secondly, on the back of that, we ensure that we continue to build the infrastructure for GMP, and secondly to validate the processes around GMP. Chair, we can't fly to the slide, but I'll ask my CFO to speak to the slides. Hopefully that the members do have the copies of the slides. And the first one we're gonna talk to is the Q4 of 2022 March financial year. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Committee Chair and members and fellow invitees. My name is Elspeth Govender. I'm the CFO at OBP. Can I continue, Chair, without flighting the presentation? I'm unable to share it.
No, please hold on a sec. I've been requesting that we be assisted in flighting this report. I know that the Secretariat Momo Kakas has indicated that she's been having network challenges to connect even to the meeting. Now, can anyone who can in the staff that have the rights, can they assist in sharing this presentation?
Apologies, Chair. Most of my colleagues are experiencing load shedding, so we are being kicked out of the platform time and again. But I've asked Luvuyo, who is the co-host here, to assist.
Please do, Chair.
We're looking at your screen.
Just hold on a sec, CFO. We need to see what you're talking to. Luvuyo is assisting in.
I see Luvuyo is a co-host, so I asked him or him to make Elspeth Govender to be the co-host as well.
Okay, then let's wait for that a bit.
Let me check who's also, we also have Hilton as a co-host as well. If you can just assist us, please, to make Elspeth Govender to be a co-host so that she'll be able to share the screen.
Thank you. You may proceed, CFO. CFO.
Thank you, Chair. I will take the committee through Q4 performance and Q1 performance as two separate reports so that we can also report on the progress achieved between the two quarters and the different programs. We have given a brief executive summary on the net revenues. Our net revenues have moved from 209 million to 190 million in 2022. We had anticipated a greater decrease, but fortunately we did have some product within OPP that was able to close the gap. We are aware that we had production issues that we are working on and still are working on, including I think one key aspect that the CEO's picked on preventative maintenance. That is quite critical to our assets as we have been sweating our assets for years. The entity achieved an unqualified outcome with no findings. This would be termed a clean audit, but I think the AG has steered clear from calling these clean audits. Quite a new feat for the entity. We have been achieving unqualified audits before with findings, but in this first instance, we have now managed to have such an outcome with no findings. We then move on to the financials. We will give a brief summary on key indicators. We won't speak to every line item of revenue and expenditure, but just our key ratios. We've looked at our cost of sales at 20%. It's a key target that we're working on to reduce that as a manufacturing firm to about 13%. Our gross profit margin was 78%. Our earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization is sitting at 10%. Our profit margin 3%, our net profit margin 3%. If we look at our sales, our local revenue is 53%, and our export revenue is 47%. Our employee cost revenue are sitting at 52%. They are significantly high, but we are aware that the entity has research and development and key personnel that would fit in the sort of increase in employee costs. We are not going to look at specific around financial analysis, Chair. I will leave that for the committee to look at later. I will move on to our performance. OBP has 4 programs: financial sustainability, continuous improvement of business, governance and leadership, and customer service. If we look at our first program, we have 5 output indicators. In this, we have achieved 4 output indicators and 1 was not achieved. There was a decline year-on-year on sale of doses due to competition in the market, specifically to bacterial vaccines, and we have alluded to production interruptions. We'll then move to the next program, which is continuous improvement of business processes. We have 6 output indicators. We achieved 3 output indicators. We did not achieve 3 indicators. Our target, the 3 indicators that we did not achieve, our plans were to revise the GMP roadmap. We have fortunately For the second indicator that we did not achieve, we have since awarded the vector proof facility, although not in Q1, it was in Q2, so we will achieve the target in this financial year. Around the GMP facility, there are legal matters, and we are cognizant that they do take time, but there is consistent action. We have made specific steps to finalizing the issue around the award of certain suppliers. So that should then allow us to progress with the GMP in the third quarter. But it needs to be clear that because there are legal matters, we need to get clarity if we can continue the project. So that once we get clarity, our commitment to it commencing in third quarter will be realized. We'll then move to the third program, which is customer service. We have 5 output indicators. We achieved 3 output indicators and did not achieve 2 of these. The action plans in place was to improve communication on product availability. We found that was the issue with our customers, and that has already been put into place. We also found that one vacancy had caused some issues around following up on the feedback loop from customers. So although we had action from our end, we had not finalized the entire process around complaints that were received. So they were not resolved as per our SOP standards. So those positions have been filled. Our final program is governance and leadership. We have 5 output indicators in this area. We have achieved 2 output indicators and not achieved 3. Of the 3 that we have not achieved, policies are currently under review, so we will achieve this. Our culture survey implementation is in progress, and we are watching it imminently, and hopefully we'll achieve the percentage implementation as intended. We now have an HR resource that's been seconded from the department, and the expertise will assist in this area because we've had quite a gap within our HR. Training has also been prioritized, and in the third quarter, we will indicate better progress, not necessarily in the first quarter report. We have then just given an overall performance indicator, which is 21 planned targets for the quarter. 12 of these were achieved, 9 were not achieved, so this was a 57% achievement. And in each area where we did not achieve with an action plan that has been put into place, which will be indicated, some in Q1, some in Q2, which we are not reporting on at the moment. Thank you, Chair. I'll move on to the next presentation.
CFO, what could be the problem?
Sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to share my Q1. My apologies.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I will continue with the presentation. For quarter one, we have realized a revenue of 21 million against a profit of 21 against a budget of 5.1. We can attribute this to the sales of FMD. We've indicated that we have been the distributor and also been making the sales on behalf of the department. So this has increased our sales. It does not mean that most of our production issues have been resolved, but it did assist in terms of revenue while our production issues are being resolved. So this came as an additional revenue assistance to our actual revenue targets. We then move to our financials and our key indicators. Our cost of goods of sales increased to 33%. This has been attributed to FMD since it's not a product that we manufacture, we resell. That has increased our cost of sales. Our gross profit has increased to 66%. Our earnings before tax, depreciation, and amortization has increased to 39%, and our profit margin has also increased to 33% in the first quarter. So overall, a good performance in terms of figures and revenue. I won't look at the financial analysis in detail. I will then move to the performance. We also have continued with our programs, our 4 programs. The first one is financial sustainability with 5 output indicators. We have achieved the 3 that were targeted for the quarter. So there was none achievement in financial sustainability for the first quarter. We then moved on to continuous improvement of business processes. We had 6 indicators. It is an area that we need to continuously improve. We've only achieved 2 and not achieved 4. Of the 4, the vector-proof facility has now been achieved. We've awarded the tender and we've progressed with construction of the facility. The GMP roadmap has also been reviewed, and there is now concerted effort to ensure we implement as per the plan. However, the GMP facility, we still have delays and we'll await finalization of the legal aspect. And according to our targets, we should commence in quarter 3. But it's subjective at this moment. We just need finalization if we can, pending a legal matter on this. We then move to the next program, which is customer service. We have 7 output indicators. We have achieved 6 of the 7 output indicators. 1 was not achieved. However, we fortunately recovered in quarter 2, and this was training of farmers. We had a few issues that were resolved and ironed out. So in quarter 2, we have since achieved this. And we don't see any issues going forward because this was something we could control, which was within our control, and we have resolved this. We then move to our final program, which is governance and leadership. We have 5 output indicators. 3 were not achieved, 1 was achieved. The resource that's been seconded to us has put in place key plans, and these plans will be realized. Unfortunately, they were not realized in quarter 1. We are seeing the realization in quarter 3 and some in quarter 2. So probably in quarter 2, we still will have issues around the indicator of governance and leadership. But in quarter 3, we will have caught up with most of the issues with the plans that we've implemented as they have been realized as of to date. We have then noted that for the year, we planned 23 targets, 18 were specific for the quarter, 12 were achieved in the quarter, 7 not achieved. You know that 12 plus 7 would be 19. There's 1 that was achieved in this quarter that should have been achieved in the next quarter, but we have noted it as an achievement. This will give us 67%. So we have improved from the 4th quarter to the current quarter. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, in a summary nutshell, Chair, that's the presentation for the fourth quarter of 2022 and quarter one of 2024. Thank you, Lord Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, I'm not sure if you are muted. Perhaps that might be the situation, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, seemingly I tried to unmute my device, but I could not. CEO?
Yes, Chair. I was saying that sums up our presentation for quarter four 2022 and quarter one of 2023, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, then thank you, CEO. Honorable members, the presentation has been tabled before us. Is there anyone with comments or clarity-seeking questions? Mamash. Honorable Marshall. Okay. Any other member who wish to pose a question on the OPP? Maybe I should start.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Nok.
Sorry. Yeah, my head, sorry, is struggling to get up, and I've raised my hand.
All right, then you can proceed.
Okay. Chair, thank you to the OBP for the presentation. I think, Chair, really, I will still go back to our visit to OBP. We have encountered issues with regards to freeze dryer that wasn't operational. I am not sure if I'm covered because I was in and out. I was cut off in the middle of the presentation and I had to come back. I just want if really the presenter can just update us around the freeze dryer, the conditions. The second part is that the OBP obviously indicated to us that the IP is being stolen or being used illegally by other private operators. I just maybe if they can really update us regards that. The third point, which is also pertaining to some challenges that the OP has been faced with regards to members being suspended, legal actions, and as members who saying that they are taking legal action to recoup the money lost and so forth. If the OPP can really just give us an update with regards to that. And we have seen quite a lot of call it infrastructure that were bought for the purposes of upgrading the facilities of the OP. And at the time, obviously, call it a GMP, if I have to put it this way. At the time, obviously, the OBP catered to us that this was bought, I think, 2014, and things, happened. And obviously, this is the new board. They are looking into it.
if the OBP can really just give us an update with regards to what happened since we have left in March, I think March or April, I can't remember the dates, any progress being made to ensure that, the improvement of the fit is being made. The blood vaccines, obviously ARC pass it on to OBP has to, if we want to use them, certify it. What is the delay? Because most of the time, it's not that OBP does not lack the vaccines, but it seems as if it's always after complaint farmers that vaccines are available. Why is that the delay? If they can really just cover that gap that the ARC left to say that we have sent the vaccine obviously, to OBP, and obviously OBP has to review that. That's it from my side, Chair. I think, I will stop there. But I must say, well done on the sales that they have done on FMD, and obviously, it's an important area that we definitely need to tackle, and for procuring vaccines for our farmers, I must say, well done there. But the issue still remains that we definitely need to make sure that our blood vaccines, we're not really running short as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Masipa. I know that you've been raising concern about this vaccine, the horse and the FMD issues. I'm glad that OBP managed to get this new improvement on that field. Honorable members, anyone? I don't see any hand raised. Let me take a bite on this presentation. Thank you, OBP, for this presentation. And indeed, let's applaud where there is improvement. It is really appreciated, and we needed that. My question is on the issue of the GMP project. When we visited your offices or your institution, we discovered that the machines or equipment that was procured and stored as your GMP facility or project. Now, we made a finding that those equipment was bought and delivered, and the standards to acquire them were not properly followed. And we requested that there must be a report detailing what can you investigate, how were they happen to be delivered without proper standard followed, because in our knowledge, the facility is supposed to be completed before the machines are acquired, and there is a storage standard that needs to be met. Can you give us an indication of a briefing about what happened to that? How far are you in terms of investigating the acquirement or the acquirement of those equipment without following the proper standards? The second question that I have on OBP is on the issue of ISP contract that was suspended during the first quarter of 2021 and the first quarter of 2022. Can you take us through what is the progress on this matter of the ISP contract, and how is it affecting your spending in terms of this fourth and first quarter? Lastly, the OBP management the second last, the OBP management appointed an independent quality survey to validate the GMP project fees, which is the actual fees, the outstanding payments, and the estimated completion fees. Can you give us a detailed progress on this up till to date? What is the progress on this till to date? Lastly, my last question to OBP. On the last quarter, the fourth quarter and the first quarter, the OBP did not have a permanent CEO. Can you give us a detailed report, Uguti? There were allegations about the previous CEO, Mr. Dunga, if I'm not mistaken. It's Mr. Dungu. That was the previous CEO. There were allegations of fraud and corruption against him, and there was a pending case. Can you give us an update, Uguti? How far is the institution on that case? And if it has been completed, not objected, how far is the institution in terms of employing a permanent CEO? Those are my 4 questions. Thank you. Over to you, OBP. I don't see any other hand from the members. Over to you, OBP.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, I was going to ask the Chair to respond. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'll respond to the last question first, and then management can respond to all the other questions. Chair, just regarding the former CEO, so he was dismissed in December. That matter is currently sitting at the CCMA now. There have been delays, and it has been reported that the commissioner has become quite strict with the delays that have been caused, and there's been an undertaking that the parties will have 3 days in October, and that should then finalize that process. So the matters against the CEO would then run concurrently, Chair, and I think our head of legal is on the line, so he could probably talk to the subsequent matters that have to follow, which will be the civil action in terms of the recommendations in the report. With regards to the appointment of a new CEO, we embarked on a process in April. I think we went out in April on an advertisement to appoint a CEO. We didn't find adequate applications and or competition in the market. We've now embarked on a second process which includes then a headhunting process, and applicants in the first process who still remain eligible will then also just be included in that pool. So that is the status on the appointment of the CEO in that regard, Chair. If I can maybe just get, if Peter is on the line, to just comment on the legal matters, I think both of GMP and the CEO matter at this point. Chair, with the freeze drive, I can maybe just touch on that. With the freeze dryer subsequent to your visit, I think it was the 22nd of April, we had, at that point in time, you would recall that there had already been an outcry on the animal horse sickness. We had the one freeze dryer that we had, the small one that you had seen. We got that serviced and worked on, but it had caused problems for the African horse vaccine on some of its strays. We managed to get out the undertaking. We had given the industry an undertaking of what we would be able to produce by the end of June. We were unable to do it by the end of June, but we subsequently did get that out to the market. I think in July, August, we managed to get all the numbers out that we had promised them. We had to get a service provider, or from the OEM, obtain services from the service provider in Spain. So they assisted us on that freeze dryer, but then Spain went into Because of the heat wave, people then went on leave, and we had a delay in that process. The board has subsequently approved the procurement of the new freeze dryer, but as I indicated in my opening comments, that it will take 2 years, and that is why we're trying to find alternatives in the meantime, which would include contract manufacturers. Chair, with that, can I perhaps then hand over to the CEO and the team? Thank you.
Yes, you can, ma'am.
Thanks, Chair of the committee and the members. Maybe I'll allow our head legal and company secretary to respond to the first question around the litigation processes.
Good afternoon, Chair of the committee, members of the committee, and other attendees. My name is Peter van der Sant, as introduced by the CEO. I am the head of legal and company secretariat for OBP. On the first matter of the previous CEO and the legal matter that is currently ongoing, the previous CEO was finally dismissed by OBP in December of 2021. As expected, the CEO, together with one other employee that was dismissed at the same time, took OBP to the CCMA. Unfortunately, the matter has been dragging along, not by any fault of OBP, but rather through what we now perceive as intentional delaying processes by Dr. Dungu and the other employee. At the last sitting of the CCMA, the commissioner instructed the advocate that is appearing on behalf of Dr. Dungu and one other that 3 days would be set down at the CCMA, where he was instructed to call all these witnesses and finalize the CCMA, his presentation of testimony at the CCMA, in order for the commissioner then to make a decision. At the same time, we are also working with our external legal advisors to draw up legal documents for the recuperation of monies wasted at the hands of Dr. Nugu and the other employee. That will take the form of a civil procedure that will be followed in our courts, whilst at the same time we are also considering if there are any possibility of criminal investigation or cases to be opened against Dr. Dungu and the other employee. CEO, if you will allow me, I think the second question was around the GMP facility upgrade process. We are currently in a legal or litigation process against the initial project, the project leader. The project was DEC. We found ourselves in a little bit of a conundrum in the fact that the DEC and the ISF contracts, albeit two separate contracts, are intrinsically weaved together, which means that we cannot proceed with the ISF contract in order to continue with the build on the GMP before we've dealt effectively with the DEC contract. So the DEC contract, we've now informed them that the contract has been terminated, and the next step is for us to approach the High Court in order to have the tender award set aside. The implication of the setting aside would mean that the court will then order that the award has been done so unlawfully, and that effectively no agreement ever came into place between OBP and DEC. Resultantly, that will mean that DEC will have to repay all the monies received from OBP from the inception of the contract up until the time that the contract was halted with DEC. In terms of ISF, we are working very closely with ISF to determine how and where and if they can continue with the project whilst DEC has now been removed from the project. DEC was the principal agent, and therefore they were responsible for drawing up the initial plans. So part of our litigation process is also to get the initial plans for phase 1, 2, and 3 from them in order to continue with the project. ISF has indicated to us that once they have those plans available, that they can continue with the construction process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chair, both the chair of our board and our head legal have sort of responded to the questions, but maybe let me just add some small detail to the questions. I think the chair responded to the question around the freeze-dry status as asked by Honorable Masipa. Just to put it in context, Chair, it's a three-step process, or it's 3 components to it. The first component is the fact that the current freeze dryers that we have, one that is aged and one that is 6 years old, which is a Telstar, and the other one is probably about 12, 15 years old, which is the Usifroid. We are engaging the original equipment manufacturer, which is Telstar, who bought Usifroid, and they are based in France, and we're engaging them on both getting an expert to come down here, but also doing a remote diagnosis and fixing of those 2 Telstars. The second part about the fuse dryer, honorable members, Chair, and your contingent, is the fact that we have now gone to the market. The board has approved the purchase of a new freeze dryer. So we're in the process of engaging the manufacturer, because it takes 12 months it takes an average of 24 months, 12 months to manufacture according to the order, which has to be preceded, of course, by a contractual agreement between us and the original equipment manufacturer. Then it gets commissioned internally into our environment. That's the second part of the freeze dryer. But there's a redundancy strategy to the freeze drying process, Chair, as the chair of our board has indicated, that we're engaging private sector partners to make sure that they come on board and contract manufacture for us with respect to the freeze dry process products that we make. The second question that was asked by Honorable Masipa was a question about our IP that is illegally used. We followed a legal process with one identified competitor. We are still in that process. The legal processes as they take, we don't know how long they've taken. The first correspondence that we sent to them, which was written internally by us, they responded within 24 hours with the lawyer's letters. When we responded with the lawyer's letters, they took 3 months to come back to us, which was quite interesting, because what we've done, Chair, because OBP ARC is one family, we have now we're using the same lawyers, because some of the technology that we have emanates from the research that took place at ARC decades ago. So we are working together with the ARC in ensuring that the IP of OBP is protected, and therefore we're using the same strategy with respect to gaining that. Chair, I must say that on top of the one IP that we have identified, we have got 6 other IPs that we suspect have taken a walk, despite the fact that they don't have fit. They've taken a walk out of our premises, and we've identified that, and we have corresponded with Act 36 as the regulator for registration of animal vaccines. And we've decided as the institution that we will not have any niceties about this matter now. We will take all of those into a legal process. The third question, I think that Honorable Masipa had asked, I think has been responded to with respect to the litigation processes with respect to the previous employees of OBP. I want to take the fourth question, Chair, which I think the Honorable Chair, together with Honorable Masipa had almost asked the question similarly. Hindsight is always the best teacher, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. When we put together the GMP project, we deferred our responsibility to spec the equipment to a service provider, which is in this respect, ISF. So the equipment was bought by a contracted party to us. There's two parts to the equipment, of course, as honorable members, when they were here, would recall. One part of the equipment is with us here under seal because it has not been transferred to us as yet. And part of the equipment is still with the manufacturers because we had only paid through the third party, which is ISF, a deposit, so that equipment has not yet been manufactured. As early as about 2 weeks ago, because this matter has been outstanding for quite some time, we had an engagement with the Reserve Bank and made an undertaking to the Reserve Bank that that equipment which we need in our infrastructure will be returned to the country, because in terms of exchange control regulations is that you can't send money out of the country and not get an asset back. So we've agreed with the South African Reserve Bank, as well as the third party, which is in this instance, ISF, that we commit ourselves, because we are committed to the GMP project, that equipment within the next 18 months would be brought back into the country, and payment terms for the manufacturing of that equipment would have been resolved. Let me take the last question from Honorable Masipa, which is a specific question around blood vaccines. Let me talk to we do have a heart water vaccine available, Honorable Masipa. Anasplasma and red water vaccines are currently at quality control process. They are being tested, and we're hoping that those blood vaccines will be available. The two that I've referred to that are at QC quality control process for testing, because it takes about 3 months to test them. They will be available in October. Honorable Chair is correct that we had contracted a company called Equate, which is a quantity surveying company, to do validation for us. We received that report, Chair, so it's on the basis of that report that we are proceeding very carefully, Chair, with the litigation process with respect to the GMP, and we feel that, Chair, immediately when that process goes to the High Court, we'll be able to start with the bricks and mortar and do the process finishing using a company that we intend to contract to support us in that respect, Chair. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I think we probably might have covered the questions that have been raised by the honorable members, unless I've missed something. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, CEO. Honorable Masipa, are you covered?
Chair, I'm covered. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Thank you so much. Is there any other member that wish to have a bite on the matter before we wrap it up? No. Honorable members, let me thank you for the questions that you posed to OPP. All the questions were answered. No follow-up questions on the matter of OPP. OPP, thank you so much for the presentation and the clarity-seeking questions that were answered. We thank you. As we wrap up today,
thank you,
the
Chair.
business of today, I would like, there was a proposal that was put before the committee. that on the issue of Ingonyama Transport. Now, I'm putting it again before the committee that we would like to mandate the staff, the portfolio committee staff, together with the ministry, to check the diary of the minister for a date that we can discuss this matter, the matter of ITB, Ingonyama Transport. Even if it's next week, Tuesday. Hence, I'm saying both the committee staff and the secretariat and the office of the minister to check and discuss the date, to check the diary of the minister so that we can discuss the issue of Ingonyama Trust as a matter of agency. The second thing, I'm proposing that we task the officials, the committee officials, to put together a timeline of events where the matter of Ingonyama Trust Board has been discussed and no resolution has been reached, and where we did not have, we experienced some discomfort on the question asked, and the follow-up were not asked. But on the meeting, can the secretariat note that the issue to be discussed will be a briefing from the ministerial task team that was meeting the ISILO and take us through on the matters. Secondly, we'll discuss the issue of accountability of the trust and the trust board to the committee. And also matters that needs to be discussed, there is the funding of the ITB. This will also address the questions that were raised by the members that were not answered adequately. The viability of ITB, and is it still relevant? Can it be duplicated in other kingdoms? Or now the last issue that needs to be discussed is the pending appeal matter on a residential lease. This question was asked by Honorable Mbabama, and it was not adequately answered. This is the proposal that I'm putting before the committee, that we seek a meeting with the minister to address these 4 issues and take us through about these 4 issues. I'm tabling it for discussion, or in fact for agreement, if there is any. Honorable members, this is the proposal. Before the committee. Honorable Masipa, I see your hand is up.
Chair, thanks very much. The 5th term did ask a legal opinion from the regarding this matter of the board and the trust. And the legal opinion was quite clear in terms of defining the roles of, say, the minister, the board, and the trust and the trustees. And I think your call of really having the minister would obviously assist us in ensuring that, we start now to understand in terms of, her discussion, and obviously in line with the expectations from the PFMA and administrative side point of view, in terms of the discussion that the ITB had with the minister. I definitely second that we have that meeting as soon as possible so that, we can move on this item. We cannot keep on really having this item on the agenda and we not get into, to the end of it. I think the minister will really have to just come in and really explain to us as to where we are going with this. And I mean, you talk about the funding, you talk about all the other issues, and then Minister can guide, because we have got the act is clear, given certain powers to the minister. There are certain powers that are in the trust in terms of the trust administering the land. There are certain powers that are within the board. There are certain powers that are within the trustee, in this case, Ingonyama himself. But I think the minister will really be able to just enlighten us, and so that we can move forward. I really second this proposal, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Masipa. The Secretariat kindly note that the proposal has been agreed to. Therefore, can you facilitate this matter urgently, as soon as possible? Honorable members and the leadership of the institution, OBP, ARC, and Ingonyama Trust, we really would like to thank you today for availing yourselves to give us these presentations and answering our questions, clarity-seeking questions. We would like to thank you so much, and may you travel safe, those who are traveling, and go back and be very much productive. Thank you so much. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Goodbye.
Recording stopped.
Goodbye.